This episode features images from real shark attacks. Viewer discretion is advised.
We'll dive in about 6 kilometres from shore. First things first, always have a good look around just to suss out the surroundings. Look for maybe a landmark if need be, and then load the gun.
Spear fishermen Alex Dodds and Brody Payno swim off Western Australia's Beagle Islands.
The first spot we dived was beautiful clear water. Pretty much dove straight in, and I see like a huge bull-chin groper like right there underneath the boat.
Went down and there it was, just sitting under, so it was just a nice, clean, easy shot. It was a good fish, and then, yeah, continued to swim around.
As the dive progressed, we went a little bit deeper, and that's when the visibility sort of deteriorated. You always want to have a mate keeping an eye on you. So when Brody dove down, pretty much just lose all visibility of him. So you're just staring into blankness.
I couldn't really see anything in front of me, but I just kept swimming down. And it started to appear. It was a big great white. I'm probably about 2.5, 3 metres above it. A great white shark right on top of it. Pretty much took all the air out of my lungs. When I think it just sensed my fear, all of a sudden it was kind of coming back up towards me, and as I lifted my gun and was kicking for the surface, it just changed its direction completely.
I saw Brody screaming up to the surface like as fast as he could, and then I just saw this monster shark with its jaws like wide open, just pelting directly up at me. I'm just staring at this thing, and you just have a like feeling of horror. Sort of goes through your head like, oh, this is it, like, it's how I die.
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravel the clues from past attacks and get closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life. A shark targets Alex Dodds, 4 miles off the Australian coast.
I just like pulled my legs underneath, and then it's just hit my leg, and my whole body and the shark flew out of the water. I remember just like looking down as I'm like trying to push off its nose, and my legs just like in this thing's mouth. It felt like I'd just been hit by a truck.
I was like still kicking for the surface. When I got my head out of the water, Alex and the shark were both coming back into the water.
So now I'm just like in midair with no spear gun or anything. And then we land, and I remember the shark landed right next to me. And I just remember looking to my right-hand side, and this like big tail was just like thrashing, and then it's taken off that way.
Alex and Brody are over 130 feet away from the safety of their boat.
Brody's head's popped up, and I've just looked at him. We both just had the same look on our faces. We didn't even have to say a word, and we both just went directly to the boat.
Adrenaline kind of took over. It was just make it to the boat, and hope for the best. I still had my gun loaded at this point, so I was putting my head down every now and then to see if I could see it, because I was planning for it to come back. So I was thinking in my head, how are we gonna deal with this when it does come back? It was just like, swim for your life.
You're just hoping and praying that it doesn't come back, but then in your mind, you're sort of accepting the fact that this thing's gonna come back and like bite you in half. So it's mostly terror.
It takes Alex and Brody about 30 seconds to reach their boat.
I just threw my gun in, pulled myself in over the side, and as I've done that, Alex had his hands over the side already. I just grabbed him by the weight belt and threw him in. That's the point when I realised that his leg had been bitten.
I could see that the leg was just ripped to pieces, really. On my left side of my calf and the right-hand side, it was just pretty much flaps of flesh, sort of like dangling. And you can see like each individual tooth marked. It was super remote, so any sort of medical aid was going to be a decent while away. I didn't know if it hit an artery or how long it was going to take until I bled out.
So first things first was just tourniquet. Cranked that as tight as we could and cut the anchor and started steaming back to shore.
While Brody steers the boat to shore, he struggles to reach the emergency services.
Because where we were, it was quite remote, that we didn't actually have reception.
As they make it back to land, Brody can call for an ambulance, but the remote location means help is nearly an hour away.
It was scary, and I couldn't imagine what was going through Alex's mind. Am I going to bleed to death? Am I going to lose my leg? So it was just try to keep the positive thoughts coming, and yeah, help is on the way.
Finally, paramedics arrive and take Alex to the nearest medical outpost.
It was just a waiting game to see if I could get flown back to Perth. I wasn't sure if I was going to lose my leg, so it was still that sense of panic. Luckily, the Royal Flying Doctor just passed over where we were, so they turned back around, quickly landed, and like took me.
In Perth, doctors perform emergency reconstructive surgery and apply over 100 stitches to save Alex's leg.
3 tendons were completely severed, and also one of the major nerves running down the leg as well was completely cut in half. I don't spearfish as much anymore.
Shark expert Dr. Stephen Kajira now investigates what triggered this attack. Kajira has dedicated his life to studying sharks.
When a person gets bitten by a shark, it's a tragedy for that person. And I feel bad that they've had a negative encounter with these animals that I love to study so much.
He's joining forces with the 360 team, an international group of shark experts combining their knowledge in a forensic analysis of the causes.
Now, in this case, both Alex and Brody saw the shark that did the biting. It was a white shark. So there's no mystery as to what species was involved, but let's take a closer look at how a shark like that might be stalking its prey. So if you have a white shark approaching you, the first thing you're going to notice is, of course, all the teeth.
Great whites have rows of serrated, razor-sharp teeth. It's no surprise the bite caused so much damage to Alex's leg. The investigation starts with something in Brody's eyewitness testimony, a highly unusual clue.
I was like still kicking for the surface when I got my head out of the water. Alex and the shark were both coming back into the water.
The shark launches itself at Alex so fast that they both fly out of the water. This is called a breach attack. It's the great white's most spectacular hunting tactic. 360 team member and shark expert Ryan Johnson has seen this behavior up close and personal in South Africa.
The predator-prey game between Cape Fur seals and white sharks is
one of the most magnificent displays in nature. This arms race of strategies has evolved into the system that occurs right out here at Seal Island Mossel Bay, where sharks know they have to be camouflaged, they have to be stealthy to even have a chance of getting close enough to that Cape Fur seal to be successful. So the shark has to stay deep then, wait for that seal to be at the surface, and their goal is then to see that seal, get as close to it by swimming as high speed as possible to attack it, and the consequence is this massive breach that we get to enjoy and view when they start rushing out of the water and jumping out of the water.
For Alex to survive a breach attack was incredible. And for a great white to target a person that way is almost unheard of. So what was the reason for this unique attack? What drew the shark to Alex and Brody in the first place? The 360 team starts the investigation by examining one of the shark's keenest senses, smell.
Look underneath the snout here. On either side, you've got the two nostrils. And unlike us, the sharks aren't breathing through their nostrils. Rather, they're just used to house the olfactory organs. And in fact, if you were to peel back the skin and look underneath, you would see that the olfactory organ is actually comprised of a series of these lamellae, these plate-like structures stacked up one after another. And those lamellae are all covered with chemosensory cells that are able to detect odorants dissolved in the water. That's what makes them so sensitive. In fact, 20% of the brain of this white shark is devoted just to detecting odorants. And if you were to take a single drop of blood and drop it in your backyard swimming pool, that's the kind of concentration they could detect, 1 part per billion parts of seawater.
When Alex and Brody were attacked, they were spearfishing and had caught a fish which had bled out. Could the shark have detected the blood from the fish and honed in on Alex and Brody?
So let's take a look at that idea in a bit more detail. We're going to send our shark on her merry way here. Off she goes. Big shark. And now if we're to take a little bit of blood and drop that into the water in front of you, what you'll notice is that this blood is slowly dissipating in the seawater. It's not immediately attracting sharks from a distance. It takes a lot of time for this to spread out. What happens though is if you have a current that's able to transport this odor over long distances, it allows sharks from a distance to detect that odor and follow it back to the source, which in this case is me.
Alex and Brody confirmed they'd caught a fish 20 minutes prior to being attacked. In theory, enough time for the odor to dissipate and for the shark to sniff them out. But was that the reason for the attack? Kajira examines the shark database for similar attacks that might provide further clues, and comes across another attack in Australia, which was caught on camera. Lucinda, Queensland is a small town with a huge 4-mile-long jetty. Its foundations have become a habitat for a vast array of fish, making their warm, shallow waters popular with fishermen. One keen fisherman is 18-year-old Lachlan Pye.
So the day started all right behind us. There was 3 of us that went out. I had 2 in the water and 1 in the boat. I went out with my mates Michael and Presley.
You get like barramundi, finger mark, a lot of trophy fish to shoot. You just got to take the risk in diving with the crocodiles and bull sharks. I decided at this point to watch the buoys because it is known for bigger predators. I think this day, I think we had 5 or 6 meters of visibility, so that's like really good.
The trio pack up the boat and head out to the reef in search of fish. Presley stays aboard while Lachlan and Michael dive for fish.
There's always someone in the boat, so if anything happens, you're straight there, get out of the water.
Lachlan films his dive with a camera mounted to his mask.
So we got in, went down, seen more fish than I've ever seen in my whole life. As I went down, there was a big school of finger mark with like 80 centimeters plus, and that's, you don't really see that much. And Yeah, I shot one of them. Put that in the boat.
It was probably 10 minutes and the boys had 2 or 3 trophy fish that we were chasing.
Me and my mate, we both spotted a good fish and he shot it off. He pretty much got it to the surface, was about to grab it and it got off. And then about 10 minutes later, I went down having a look for it. Seen it on the bottom, dead. So I thought, yeah, easy fish, you know. So I shot the fish because it was already dead on the ground. I was pulling it up, and as I pulled it up, the bull shark. You can just see the shark just like open its mouth right there. Wasn't messing around. Bit my fin off. I just seen the teeth biting my fin, and it had like 2 or 3 chomps at it. And I looked over and I could still see my mate down there.
As a feisty bull shark disrupts Lachlan's dive, his friend Michael swims beneath him.
I sort of pulled the fish up, so as in like the shark would follow the fish, not try and go at my mate that was still down there. Didn't do anything, it sort of circled the bottom a bit. I swam up, called out for the boat. Then Michael was just there, he came up.
As Lachlan and Michael surface, they realize they have swum far from the boat. All they can do is wait for Presley to find them.
I heard screaming and my heart sunk. Help, help. Drove the boat as fast as I could straight over to Lachlan. It was probably like maybe 200-300 meters. It was, yeah, it felt like the longest little boat ride. Pretty much ripped his suit off of him to get him in the boat and checked him over, checked his legs, and then went to go get Michael and pulled him in the boat as well. Pretty much nearly kissed him when he got in the boat because he was all good.
I was completely fine after it. Just had a missing fin. That was the second time I wore them fins too. $800 and yeah, second time wearing them. They were pretty much brand new. I wasn't going down to get it, that's for sure. Sometimes I just think it could have just bit my foot off. Very glad it didn't. So I probably wouldn't go to that spot again.
He found the video and yeah, we just started laughing and yeah, it was good. It was a great day, like apart from obviously getting attacked by a shark, but yeah, everything was all good, so we were happy.
Back in the lab, Kajira reviews the footage from the attack to search for clues.
In this case, we have Lachlan coming down here, and as he's diving down, you'll see this dead fish on the bottom. And that dead fish has been sitting there and odor has been dissipating from it, but the shark hasn't done anything. Only when he fires the spear gun and pierces the fish does the shark come up to bite him. So it might have been that the dead fish on the bottom bleeding wasn't enough of a trigger for the shark. It needed some other cue to initiate this bite.
The fishermen also don't think it was the smell of the fish that triggered the shark to attack.
I don't think it actually wanted Lachlan. It just heard the snap. I think that sharks have definitely learned that the click of a spear gun means food, and they come straight in for the food. Even if you miss your fish, they're still there and lurking about.
Kajira is fascinated by this piece of eyewitness testimony and aims to discover if sharks are triggered by spear guns. He quickly finds other examples of spear fishermen being attacked directly after spearing a fish. This incredible footage shows Jason Dimitri spearfishing in the Caribbean. Shortly after firing his spear gun, he's attacked by a reef shark. It's a new lead. There are multiple attacks on spear fishermen where the shark attacks shortly after the spear gun has been fired. In this case, it's too soon for the odor from the blood to have dispersed. Could the sound of the spear gun being fired attract sharks? Kajira consults with shark hearing expert Caroline Sullivan in the Shark Lab.
So several of these bites have been associated with spearfishing. And so I'm curious as to what effect the sound of a spear gun might have in attracting the shark. So Caroline, what can you tell us about sound underwater?
So underwater, sound travels 4 times faster and longer and in multiple different directions. So for a shark, sound is going to be a really important sensory cue.
So if you had a sound stimulus, it would emanate all over the place very quickly and perhaps draw sharks in from a significant distance, right?
Absolutely. Sharks would definitely be able to hear a sound and possibly be attracted to the area.
So here we have a giant white shark that's swum in here. What can you tell us about the hearing system in a white shark?
So a lot of people like to ask, do sharks have ears? And the answer is yes, they do. Theirs are different. They're not so much external like ours, they're internal. So if you look on either side of our shark here, you can see she has these little pores and they lead to the inner ear where sound is going to be detected. So whereas humans have an eardrum to allow us to detect sounds, she has little hair cells. We can see all the little hair cells in there. And if you would like to clap, so when the sound reaches the inner ear, those little hair cells, they'll move and allow the sound to be detected by the sharks.
Okay, so sound would be potentially really important for these animals, and it might be something that they could even use as a cue. They could actually learn to associate sounds with a food item, perhaps.
Absolutely.
The lab data suggests that the sound of a spear gun being fired could play a key role in these attacks. In order to confirm these findings, Kajira and Caroline leave the 360 lab and head to the Florida coastline to conduct a unique experiment.
On my computer today, I have sound files of a spear gun being fired. The fish is speared, it's struggling. So we'll be able to play it from my computer through the underwater speaker and see how sharks are responding to the sound of a spear gun being fired. So here we have the underwater speaker, which is right here. And this floats underneath this light box here, which will turn the light on, which signifies that the sound is being played from the speaker.
First step is to get the equipment in the water and send up the drone to look for sharks.
So right now we have the drone is flying at a 50-meter altitude. We have the boat in frame and the speaker in frame. And now when a shark comes into frame, I just have to call out to Caroline. She'll play the sound and I'm able to record the interaction and see what happens when the shark hears that sound. Whether it turns toward it, turns away, ignores it completely. I don't know, we'll find out.
Kajira spots some lemon sharks on the drone. Now it's time to play the sound of a spear gun firing and hitting a fish to see if any of the sharks respond.
Hey Caroline, there's a shark coming.
I'm ready.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Okay, anytime.
Sound. Did he respond?
He turned toward it. So that was cool. So he turned and started swimming toward the speaker. Ah, interesting. So he definitely heard it, Caroline. That's cool.
You can see from the footage, one shark immediately responds to the sound of the spear gun firing. This is a much faster response than the time it might take a shark to pick up on a blood scent slowly dissipating through the water.
So what the experiment showed us is that sharks can be attracted to the sounds of spear guns discharging underwater. And we've seen this in the case of Alex and Brody. After they had fired a gun, the sharks came in and were curious. And it might be the actual discharge of the spear gun itself, or it might have been the struggling fish.
But then Kajira discovers an attack on a spear fisherman that completely turns this theory on its head.
I grew up in the water. I always liked spearfishing, surfing. I like anything that brings adrenaline. I'm kind of an adrenaline junkie. It makes me feel like I'm at home when I'm in the water. I just become one with the water.
Tyler is visiting Refugio State Beach with a friend, Brent Flora.
I heard it was a great dive spot, and I want to take my friend there and teach him how to spearfish. It was calm water, and seemed like there was going to be good visibility. I put a GoPro on my spear gun, kind of expecting to get something pretty cool on video. This was actually my first time putting a GoPro on my spear gun and going out. And as I was getting in the water, my friend was taking too long, so I decided to go on without him. Visibility was probably about 8 to 10 feet, pretty murky. I did a couple of dives down and saw some bat rays.
Tyler notices one of the bat rays take off.
It was out of the ordinary. I did kind of wonder why the ray took off so quickly. As I was going to the surface to clear my snorkel, I felt a little tug on my fin. I thought my friend finally got in the water and caught up to me and was pulling on my fin. After I felt a little tug, there was a lot bigger tug that threw me backwards, pretty much out of the water. And I was face to face with the shark with my fin in his mouth, and he was just thrashing it.
Tyler is face to face with a 12-foot great white shark.
At that point, I knew I was in danger. So after I knew that there was a shark attacking me, I went into shock and dropped my spear gun and started heading away from him. I realized that I needed to get my spear gun back. Something clicked in my head where I needed to just put my head down, go straight for that spear gun, and kind of fight for my life.
All Tyler has to defend himself with is his spear gun.
Came at me like a torpedo underwater. I couldn't move my spear gun fast enough to defend myself. I just put out my arm like this, hoping that he was gonna bite my arm instead of my body. So I ended up putting my hand right on his face as he brushed up against me and bumped me. And then he came back around again, kind of to do another glance at me. I got a nice clear spot to just poke him right in the gills. After I stabbed him in the gills, he took off. And at that point, I was extremely terrified. I had no idea where the shark was and was definitely swimming for my life, but I didn't want to turn around and go full speed because I wanted to keep looking around me to kind of make sure that he didn't come back for more.
With no idea where the shark is and 150 yards from the shore, Tyler desperately tries to warn his friend.
It was just me, Brett, in the water. No idea where the shark went and didn't know if he was coming back for more. There's nothing you can really do against a shark coming at you about 35 miles an hour underwater.
Tyler and Brent reach the safety of the beach.
Well, when I reached the shore, I got up on the reef and got out as quickly as possible and looked down at my foot and noticed that there was a big gash on my toe and thought, oh damn, he got me.
Tyler wraps his foot in a t-shirt and drives himself to Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital.
When I first got to the hospital, they stitched it up for a few days until it got extremely infected. The infection actually got pretty severe, and I'd have a PICC line put in my arm that went straight into my heart valve and used that 3 times a day to fight off the cellulitis that was traveling up my foot. So I'm very susceptible to any cut or abrasion on my body. It turns into cellulitis now because of that shark.
The incident puts holes in Kajira's theory. Tyler hadn't shot his spear gun before the attack. So it couldn't have been the smell of a bleeding fish that attracted the shark, nor the sound of a spear gun firing. Looking through the shark attack database reveals that Tyler isn't the only one. In 2014, this similar encounter was captured on camera. Jimmy Roseman had just started his dive when a 12-foot great white showed too much interest in him. And he was forced to defend himself with his spear gun.
We've heard instances where the sharks were attracted even before anyone had fired a spear gun. And so that raises the question, why? What cue are the sharks using to be attracted to the area?
The shocking factor in both these attacks is that the shark attacked before the spear gun was fired. The team now considers if there is anything else about spearfishing that could attract sharks. Spear guns don't just make a sound when they're fired. Kajira locks in on a common practice among spear fishermen.
You don't really want to be loading the gun out of the water, just for safety reasons. So when you're on the surface just chilling, you'll load up your gun, obviously before you dive down and take a look at some fish. So, yeah, on the surface.
So you get in the water, your gun's pretty much all together except the rubber's not loaded. So once you get in, you just got to load the gun and then you're ready to go, just on the surface, yeah.
The sound of loading a spear gun is subtle. Is it possible sharks are smart enough to associate this sound with the promise of an easy meal? At this point, it's only a theory. So Kajira and Caroline head back out to the same spot on Florida's coastline to see if they can attract sharks using just the sound of a spear gun being loaded.
So now we're going to repeat the same experiment we did with the spear gun firing, and now we're going to use the sound of a spear gun being loaded to see if sharks will exhibit the same response and swim towards the speaker, to see if they're attracted to the spear gun being loaded just like they are to the spear gun being fired.
You can see all the sharks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them right up between us and the beach, right up along the rocks there. Just to see if we can get them to actually respond now. Okay, recording, we're good.
Click,
Watching a shark.
load and release. How's his behavior?
They're still doing the same thing. They, no really overt responses on these guys. So we're so close to the beach here, we're right up against the surf zone. You can hear the waves crashing on the beach, which makes it really loud underwater. So it might very well be that these sharks are simply not hearing the sound that we're putting out from our little speakers. It's drowned out by all the ambient noise.
It appears the more subtle sound of the spear gun being loaded wasn't loud enough to be heard close to shore. It's a potentially case-closing theory the 360 team needs to explore further. In Australia, 360 team member and marine biologist Melissa Marquez has decided to take a different approach. She's uncovered some research in Sydney that shows exactly how attuned sharks can be to different sounds. She speaks to Professor Colin Brown, a shark cognition expert at the Fish Lab in Macquarie University.
So I've heard you've done a really cool experiment. Can you talk me through it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So the experiment was reasonably straightforward, but fundamentally we wanted to know if sharks could make an association between an artificial noise, something coming from humans, and the arrival of food. And of course we chose something that was extremely artificial to a shark, and that is jazz music. So of course your average shark wouldn't have listened to jazz music, and so that's why we chose it. We wanted to know if we played jazz music to the sharks, could they learn to associate the sound, that artificial sound, with the arrival of food.
And what species was this?
So we're using baby Port Jackson sharks, and they're a really ancient lineage of the shark. So we figured if they can do it, pretty much any shark from then on should be able to do it as well. And basically what you do in a classic experiment like this, you expose them to the sound. When they hear the sound, and they have to go to a specific location within that arena to get a food reward. And it takes them a few, 3 or 4 goes just to realise that this is important.
It's really cool. So what did you end up finding?
I didn't see any sharks bopping along or anything like that. The amazing thing was that they picked that up really quickly and far faster than we expected. Within, 10, 15 exposures, they had totally figured that out. Music starts, I go down in this location and I get a yummy treat.
So it makes me kind of wonder if other kind of man-made noises such as spearfishing is a really big one that kind of happens around Australia. Is that a noise that could possibly attract sharks as well, or something that they can kind of associate with a free or easy meal?
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, there's no doubt that sharks are keyed into noises. And if the shark is reasonably close by, one could imagine that as you're loading the gun, you could hear that. I mean, you can certainly hear that as a diver or a snorkeler underwater. That noise can certainly attract sharks if they've had prior experience of that noise and made an association with a free food reward, as so often the case. And you can certainly imagine a scenario where a shark initially is drawn to a location because people are spearfishing there, right? The smell of dead fish and struggling fish, the sound of struggling fish, and then they might work their way back through that scenario. Well, what preempted that? Well, it was the sound of this guy loading a spear gun or shooting a spear gun.
Cullum's research confirms that sharks can be attuned to noise cues. And these findings aren't limited to the lab. In the Bahamas, there are reports of sharks learning when best to steal the catches of the local sport fishermen.
The sport fishing boat is just cruising like this. You hear the motor going. They just appear like ghosts behind the boat. And the fisherman then has a limited time to get the fish in before the sharks will get it.
With case studies from across the world showing how sensitive sharks can be to subtle sound cues, this amounts to compelling evidence that the sound of spearfishing can be an attractant and increase the likelihood of an attack. And sensitivity to sound might also be a way of protecting swimmers. Caroline wants to show Kajira some findings from her previous research.
All right, Caroline, what do we have for this drone footage here?
So you can see that we have a shark swimming normally, just slowly. So you'll see we're about to play a low frequency sound. But
look at that jump.
We played it at such a high volume that he was scared. You saw that dramatic turn and quickly, rapidly swam away.
Wow.
If certain sounds can be used to deter sharks, then it's possible an audio device could help protect swimmers. It's more evidence of how sharks are adapted to take advantage of their environment.
Water as a medium is incredibly effective at transmitting sound. So sound for sharks to detect prey and to understand and navigate around the ocean is very, very important.
And it is understanding more about how important sound is to sharks that provided the team with a breakthrough.
One of the realities of sharks is that they can learn to associate very, very quickly, Pavlovian conditioning. And what we found is spear fishermen, that banging of a spear gun, that twang, because that is often associated with dead fish, easy prey, a lot of sharks learn to start associating the sound of that spear gun with free food.
This leads to a startling conclusion. Just the act of loading a spear gun in the water may have been enough to draw in the shark.
They're definitely conditioned to the sound of the spear gun. So as soon as they hear that sound, they know that most of the time there's going to be a struggling fish on the end of it. So that's a quick and easy feed for them.
Even the sound of the engine just brings sharks to the back of the boat, multiple sharks. So they're alert and they know the noises, I think, yeah.
You know, sharks are these predators, and if there's an opportunity to get free, cheap, easy food, they are going to take it.
The team's first theory was smell, but concluded that the odors given off by struggling speared fish would travel too slowly to have caused the attacks. Instead, it was the sounds associated to spearfishing that were key to breaking the case. The team demonstrated that sharks can be conditioned to associate certain sounds, like the loading and firing of spear guns, to food. So, the next time you're out spearfishing, that's something you might want to keep in mind.
Sharks are actually intelligent animals, and they use the full range of their sensory systems to help them to be successful predators. We've seen how important sound is to sharks. It's not just the sound of spear guns that may be attracted to them. Some sharks might even like some jazz music.
The ocean for me, it's a place to go for peace, for comfort as well. It's my happy place.
Pounders Beach, Oahu, Hawaii. It's a surfer's paradise.
That morning I got there probably around 7:15. This surf break is pretty far out to sea, so you gotta kind of paddle it. Got out there probably in about 15, 20 minutes. I was so happy to see everybody.
Good morning, all.
My friends and I were talking about this spot potentially being good. There's a lot of factors that play into it. The wind, the swell, the tide, that caused there to be waves.
morning. We knew there was going to be a really good swell. One of my good friends, Ryan Hailstones, and I linked up, and we decided to get out there early.
It seemed like the waves never stopped. They just kept coming and coming and coming.
It was just a magical day. Everyone was kind of trading waves and getting some amazing rides.
And then it just went flat. So for once, everyone's actually sitting on their boards waiting for waves to come. And then all of a sudden, I hear the screaming. And I look to my left, and it's Julian, and he's going, "Help! Help! Shark! Help!"
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravels the clues from past attacks and gets closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life. Fellow surfers watch in terror as a shark grabs hold of Julian Perkins.
I was terrified. The shark comes up and bites my arm. His eyes are rolled back in its head, its tail, smacking around too.
I just see the shark fin just out of the water, just whacking, 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 and I see the shark on him. And my heart just starts pumping.
Moments after biting Julian, the shark swims away, leaving him badly injured.
I was just holding my arm up, just staring at it, like thinking, this can't be real. This can't be me. This can't be happening to me right now. I can see my bone, my artery, everything. And thinking, how am I going to get back to shore?
I was in disbelief for this first split second, and then there was a realization on, I can't prevent it. What do I do now?
You have two choices. You can go in or you can go and help this guy. And I said, if I help him, I might die. And at that point, right as I thought about this, I just saw this huge wave right behind Julian.
It came and crashed right on me. I lost my board. I came up, gasping for air, disoriented, not knowing what's going on.
As the wave started to break, I could see through it, and it was turquoise, and there was also these pools of blood that were just dancing with the wave as it broke.
I honestly thought I was going to die. I thought that was for sure it.
I was the first guy to get to Julian. I gave him my surfboard. He has this frantic, "I'm gonna die, help me, I need your help" look. The first thought in my head was, he needs a tourniquet on his arm, he's gonna bleed out.
We're like, okay, we gotta get him in. How are we gonna do this? We immediately tried to get him on a shortboard, and we just started sinking.
Mitchell sees Julian's big board and grabs it.
I made the trade for the board, then I said, yeah, I'll go in and call 911, and just paddled as hard as I can in. I know that if it wanted us, it could get us at any time. There's nothing that we could have done.
Just a shark attack. About 15 minutes ago.
Mitchell calls the paramedics as the surf rescue team make their way back.
There was 4 to 5 of us that were just, you know, like a flying pack of paddle pushers.
Paddle, 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 push. Paddle, 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 push.
The rescue team gets Julian on the beach within 20 minutes of the shark attack. Paramedics rush Julian to the hospital for emergency surgery. His arm is badly injured.
I remember asking the doctor, like, can you please promise me that I'll have my arm? And then just before I was put under, he said, we'll try our best.
The selfless actions of Julian's fellow surfers save his life and his arm.
If it wasn't for those guys, I wouldn't be here today. They were definitely taking a huge risk coming to save me, a random stranger to them, because who knows, the shark could have bitten one of them as well.
It's the first attack by a shark on Oahu's northeast coast in 3 years. Now the 360 team of international experts assembles to find out why. They combine their knowledge in a forensic investigation. The team is led by Dr. Stephen Kajira. He has dedicated his life to studying sharks.
When a person gets bitten by a shark, it's a tragedy for that person. And I feel bad that they've had a negative encounter with these animals that I love to study so much.
In the 360 lab, Kajira identifies the shark.
If we bring up a picture of Julian's wound here, you can see that whatever it was that did this damage had a relatively broad jaw profile. Now, bull sharks are known to have a really broad jaw like that, but there are no bull sharks in Hawaii, so we can rule those out straight away. The only other shark that would have a broad profile like this in Hawaii and would be large enough to make this sort of wound would be a tiger shark. Based on the size of this wound, this tiger shark must have been around 11 or 12 feet long. And in fact, if you take a look at a tiger shark as it comes in, this is an impressive predator. Look at the size of this thing. You know, tiger sharks are the second largest predatory shark in the world. They can grow to close to 18 feet in total length. They can weigh close to 2,000 pounds. This is one formidable predator. If we take a look and walk around here to the front end of the animal, you can see why this is so effective as a predator. So when you have the shark open its mouth, it has, first off, a huge, wide mouth. It's lined with these razor-sharp teeth, and these teeth are serrated. Even the serrations have serrations on them. And in fact, it's like these teeth are miniature steak knives. Clearly, you can see that with this broad mouth, this broad profile, these sharp teeth, a tiger shark was responsible for biting Julian.
Tiger sharks are incredible predators and highly aggressive. But why did this attack happen? Julian suspects his surfboard could be to blame.
That day I was surfing on a soft-top board, different to what other people were using.
And surfers know soft tops have a unique property.
A foam board like Julian's, it's grippy. And because it's grippy, when you're moving on it, your skin kind of sticks to it. And as it sticks to it, it's making sounds like squeak, 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 squeak.
Did Julian's mousy board lure in a tiger? Team member Giannis Papastamatu specializes in shark hunting behavior and aims to answer if the sounds from Julian's board caused his attack. He's an expert on how sharks track down prey.
Sound is actually a really important stimulus to sharks, and they can use that to locate prey from quite long distances, perhaps up to 10 kilometers. Sound also travels really fast, much faster than odors will travel. So sound may be one of the sort of first sensory systems that gets used for a shark to start to home in on their prey.
And to understand whether these squeaky noises could have attracted the shark, Kajira analyzes the sound.
And so we take the recording, we run it through the software here, and we're able to look at the different frequencies and how loud they are. If you look at the surfboard squeaks here, what you'll notice is that most of the peaks, most of the high intensity sound is above 500 hertz.
Now Kajira knows what frequencies the soft top board produced, but can he explain why Julian was singled out?
To understand whether or not these sharks could be attracted to the squeaking board, we need to understand what the sharks can actually hear. Now, at the low end of their hearing range, sharks and humans overlap. We both hear down to about 20 hertz or so, very low frequency sounds. Now, your television probably won't be able to produce a 20 hertz sound, so let's make it 100 hertz. If you play a low frequency 100 hertz sound, it sounds something like this. If we play an 800 hertz sound, it sounds something like this. Now, this is the highest frequency that sharks can hear. And whereas humans, we can continue to hear beyond that. In fact, if we keep ramping up the pitch, we can hear up to around 20,000 hertz or so, at least as youngsters. As adults, we lose our ability to hear these high frequency sounds. Your kids at home are probably holding their ears at this point because they can hear it.
The squeaks from Julian's surfboard were above 500 hertz.
And this is sort of bubbling at the edge of what sharks can hear. Sharks can hear to maybe 800 hertz or so, and anything above that is sort of outside their hearing range. If we filter out the sounds that are outside the shark's hearing range, the higher frequency sounds, and just play back what the sharks are actually able to hear, we get an idea of what a squeaky surfboard might sound like to the shark. You see that there's not a lot of sound energy there. It's pretty quiet. Studies have shown that sharks are much more attracted to the low frequency sounds in the range of 20 hertz to 100 hertz, not these higher frequency sounds that would be produced by the sort of squeaking surfboard.
So it's unlikely that the squeaking surfboard really contributed to the sharks being attracted to it and biting Julian.
The team rules out the noise from the soft top board as the cause of the attack. But soft tops are different from firmer boards in another way: their shape. From below, it's a big oval floating near the surface. Could the bigger size of the soft top have attracted the tiger shark?
Tiger sharks are sometimes referred to as garbage cans of the sea, and that's because they will try to taste most things they're not really sure of. They see it floating on the water, potentially a tiger shark could go and give it a nibble.
Giannis finds footage from April 2021 that shows 3 tigers chewing down on something oval-shaped floating on the surface 30 miles from the scene of Julian's attack. It's a whale carcass near Hawaii's Waimanalo Bay Beach Park.
Sharks are not likely to be able to take out healthy adult whales or humpback whales. These are just going to be too large. That changes if you have a very small animal, such as a calf.
The size and shape of Julian's board are similar to a baby humpback. Could the shark have mistaken Julian's board for a whale calf? Kajira scours the database looking for shark attacks on whale calves in Hawaiian waters and finds one.
That day was honestly the best day I'd ever had photographing whales, and I've been photographing whales for 18 years.
In West Maui, Hawaii, photojournalist Daniel Sullivan and his 15-year-old son Tristan take a kayaking trip during the island's annual whale migration.
So whale season in Maui is a great time to go kayaking since thousands of humpback whales come to mate and give birth, and you can get some amazing experiences.
February 2nd, when we left the beach and we set out in our kayak, was one of the most beautiful days. It was so clear, you could see all the coral heads underneath as we paddled out.
We're just kind of scanning the horizon for any whales, just trying to get closer to them.
We saw some splashes a couple 100 yards away. I was kind of dipping the camera in the water, taking photos. And then out of nowhere, the first thing we saw was the nose of a calf being pushed out of the water. And it was almost like mother whale was showing us the baby, which was magical, you know? So I was able to get shots of them right next to our boat, which was, the clarity was perfect. It was beautiful.
You're not really allowed to get close to a whale, but if they come up to you, there's nothing you can really do. And seeing the baby and the mom, it was just amazing.
And then an escort whale came between. It kind of pushed them aside, and its fin kind of almost pushed us away a little. It was almost like it was giving us a warning.
Then all of a sudden, we just got hit from underneath. I got thrown out of the boat. I thought maybe the whale had looped back around and hit us.
He hit us so hard that the boat just flew out of the water. It went from this magic, peaceful day to pure chaos in just that. I'm still in the boat, holding my paddle. As I looked down, I saw the mouth of a shark right underneath my legs, biting into the kayak. These ugly big gums coming up and being right underneath you, and you just being this vulnerable little thing out in the middle of the ocean. He pulled the boat back on top of him. So I fell on top of the shark, and I was still holding my paddle. So when I landed on top of him, I started hitting him with the paddle. I went straight into fight mode.
I was trying to get in the boat as fast as possible, since I knew it was probably right under us.
That was, I think, one of the scariest moments as a father, knowing that your son could die.
I saw these like huge tooth marks, and then it like set in, like the shark had really got us.
I felt the boat sinking, and I knew that very shortly we were going to be in the water with the shark again. I said, Tristan, we're nearly 2 miles out. We're alone. We have to swim.
I did not want to leave the boat, but eventually I saw that we had to. That was kind of one of the most scariest moments for me.
Every few strokes, I would actually stick my head down, just looking to see if he was following us.
I'd never felt very comfortable looking down in there, but especially when you know there's a shark that has attacked you and you don't know if it will attack you again.
There wasn't a moment I didn't think that he might be just hitting us, that we might get, attacked again. I was pretty sure that he was coming back.
After a 45-minute swim, they make it to dry land.
I truly believe that when the shark hit us, he was going after that calf. The kayak was the same size as that baby calf. That's what he was hunting. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Analysis of the kayak confirms the shark following the whales is a great white, rare to these warmer waters. But tiger sharks also hunt calves during the whale migration. To find out if whale calves were in the water around the time of Julian's attack, the team turns to Julia Hartle, a shark scientist at the University of Hawaii.
The typical humpback whale migration that we're seeing on the shores of Hawaii are occurring between December and April. If you told me you saw a humpback whale and calf in September in Hawaii, I'd like to see a picture. I'd like to know your qualifications in identifying said whale. It's possible, but I wouldn't put money on it.
Daniel and Tristan were canoeing in February, right next to a humpback calf. Julian's attack is in September. Whale watchers that same year spot the first whale of the season on October 8th. A whole month later, there were no whales near Julian when the tiger shark bit him. Now, the team turned to Giannis and his research to key in on Hawaiian tiger shark activity during the time of year Julian was attacked.
What this data showed was that approximately every year, about 30% of the adult females in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands would move down to the main Hawaiian Islands. So we believe that those sharks might be coming down to the main Hawaiian Islands to give birth.
Fall, the start of birthing season for tigers in Hawaii.
Regardless of where you are located as a female pregnant tiger shark mother, you want to go and give birth in the same region.
Pregnant sharks need to eat more food to support the pups they're carrying. They turn up in the waters around Oahu at the same time each year. Could it be that Julian was attacked by a hungry tiger shark mother? Giannis's tagging data gives an accurate picture of when these females are near the site of Julian's attack.
If you're a female tiger shark from the Northwest, you only go to the main Hawaiian Islands in October, November.
Julian's incident was at the start of September. The dates don't match up. Kajira goes back and looks for more clues.
I just see this shark fin just out of the water, just whacking, 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 and I see the shark on him, and my heart just starts pumping.
Julian and the other surfers described that the shark was in a frenzy while it was biting him. Team member Ryan Johnson studies sharks in South Africa and has experience of this phenomenon when a lot of prey are present.
Many small prey species of fish protect themselves by shoaling. And when that shoaling becomes massive, they can form something called a bait ball. And these bait balls are obviously concentration zones for predators that want to then go and start targeting and feeding on these types of bait fish.
A shark finding a bait ball is like hitting the jackpot. Thousands of fish packed into a tiny area makes an easy target. This free meal ticket can provoke frenzied behavior. Kajira's research locks in on a shark attack 5,000 miles away in Australia, in similarly crystal clear waters to Julian's attack. And this time, it's all captured on camera.
It was one of the biggest bait balls we've seen, so for someone to go right into the middle of it is brave.
Bondi Beach is one of the most famous beaches in the world. It's a hotspot for surfing and swimming, and home to some very daring spearfishers. Local resident and drone enthusiast Matthew Woods is at his apartment.
It was a Sunday afternoon. All day I was saying, oh, I'm going to fly my drone, I'm going to fly my drone. didn't want to walk, so I just said, I'm going to fly it from the front door. I'll just fly it quickly once, just so I've done what I wanted to do, and then it's all good.
His hilltop home has views across the Sydney coastline.
When you're flying in the winter in Sydney, it's pretty common to see bait balls. You can even see it with the naked eye without the drone. It's just a huge black ball moving in the ocean. You'll see dolphins or seals going at bait balls all the time.
But today, the bait ball has attracted a different kind of hunter. A spear fisherman.
This guy was upright and he was kind of doing 360s with his spear gun. It's not a normal action to do. And then at that point I seen there was a shark which was charging against him, and he was trying to keep the shark at bay.
Matt receives live pictures from the drone. He can see the spear fisherman is in serious trouble. It's a mako shark, the fastest shark on the planet.
The shark circling him and then charging again. And you come back maybe like 20, 30, 40 seconds later. You could tell it was an aggressive shark. It must have been 6 or 7 times charging at the guy, and he was having to use a spear gun to prod him away. And then it sinks in. This guy might actually need some help. We called Bondi lifeguards.
Jake Nolan is on duty.
Our normal calls we get would be shark sighting, you know, then we go out, do a patrol, but the call of the shark was like harassing a spearfisher, and there could potentially be an attack. That was different. It was like, let's go launch a ski and get around there.
The attack is only a couple of minutes away, if the lifeguard can find it.
I was watching where the drone was, so I could sort of try and locate the shark.
Jake is lucky to have the eye in the sky, but there's a problem.
I was saying to the guys, you need to find this guy pretty quick. My battery was getting lower and lower and lower. I thought, I'm gonna have to come home and put a new battery on it.
As Jake races toward the attack, the spear fisherman tries to get to the safety of the rocks.
He's swimming backwards without taking his eyes off the shark.
It's a smart move. Outswimming the shark would be impossible. So maintaining eye contact is the safest thing he can do. The spear fisherman's safety buoy trails behind him, distracting the shark.
You could see the shark go for it, trying to bite it and thrashing around. That's when it sinks in. What would have actually happened if that was the person that the shark got hold of?
As the shark mauls the buoy, the spear fisherman uses it as a golden opportunity for escape. Within moments of him getting out of the water, lifeguard Jake arrives on his jet ski.
The first thing you want to do is just sort of get there and make sure that the person who's in trouble is okay. He'd already clambered up the rock, so he was sort of away from everything.
Jake uses the jet ski to chase the shark away from the shoreline and into deeper water. It's a lucky escape for the spear fisherman.
He was obviously a little bit shaken up, but, you know, he knows. He's spearfishing for fish, so he knows that there's sharks out there.
If I'm surfing or swimming and see a bait ball, then you always stay away from it.
The mako was aggressively thrashing, just like the shark that attacked Julian. If Julian had been close to a bait ball on the day of his attack, he may have become a target for a nearby shark.
The water's somewhat murky, but not dirty. There is some debris in the water, but I don't recall anything kind of being out of the ordinary.
Some driftwood, but no giant shoals of fish. As seasoned surfers, Julian's friends would have spotted any bait balls. No bait ball, no frenzy. With the investigation into the board's relative size and squeaky sound also a bust, it's strike three. But Kajira has one final card to play. He points the investigation to the weather conditions in Oahu around the time of the attack.
I remembered it being kind of stormy a few days before, very windy, and has a lot of just nasty weather that you wouldn't typically surf in.
A hurricane had just passed at that time. For the surfers on this side of the island, it kind of made the conditions to surf just right.
So if we bring up the satellite data for the weeks prior to this bite, you can see that off the west coast of Mexico, there's a tropical depression. And for the next week, it tracks west across the Pacific, turning into a full-blown hurricane. Now, sharks are very sensitive to changes in pressure, including atmospheric pressure. And so when you have a low pressure system like this, sharks are able to detect that. And they'll typically move into deeper water, so they're staying out of the way of these violent stormy conditions with all the waves tossing and turning at the surface.
It's Kajira's final clue, one that points to an unusual reason for Julian's attack. Back in the 360 lab, Kajira uncovers a startling fact.
Now, if you were to take a look at this tiger shark here, you can see that there's a line running along the length of the body. And it goes all the way from the tip of the tail, all along the flank here, all the way up to the head and all around the head. Now, we've exaggerated it a little bit, but if you were to pull this out away from the body, you could see that that line is basically just a tube that runs underneath the surface of the skin, all the way along here. And that tube is lined with thousands of little microscopic hair cells that detect water motion. On the other side of that tube, closer to the surface, there are a series of pores, just like we have pores on our skin. These pores connect the outside watery environment down into this little subdermal tube. And what that means is any water motion on the outside of the shark in the environment is translated down into that tube, stimulates those little hair cells so they're able to detect that water movement. So if I were to wave my hand in front of the lateral line, you can see I'm not making any contact, I'm not touching the skin at all, but I'm causing the water to move, and that's causing the hair cells to be able to detect this water movement. Now, the reason this is important is because sharks are able to use their lateral line to detect changes in pressure, even atmospheric pressure associated with things like storms. So if you have a low pressure system coming across preceding a storm, the sharks are able to detect that, and what they'll do is typically move into deeper water so they're not near the surface under those turbulent, wavy conditions when the storm approaches.
Sharks have an array of senses, one of which allows them to detect movement at a distance. Team members and shark scientists Ryan Johnson and Gibbs Kaguru have come up with a unique test to show a real-life shark response to storms. To their knowledge, it has never been done before.
One of the senses that really fascinates me is the ability of sharks to detect water movement through their lateral line.
Yeah, and the lateral line is able to detect vibrations. And anytime an animal is making erratic movements or struggling, the shark can feel that and sort of move towards where the distressed animal is. They can also use it to navigate through their environment. They can sort of create this 3D map that shows them where things are in murky water so they can safely pass through.
And we can actually show this in an experiment. I've got this idea of if we use this and essentially make this wall of water shooting through these pipes, we can get a great white swimming bite and actually see the lateral line get affected and see it in action. It starts with compressed air there. The idea is to connect that up to there, force the air through this as fast as possible. This is going to be full of water. That water then is going to be forced down through this pipe, up through here, and out of all of these holes, essentially creating that wall of water.
All right, well, let's get some chum in the water, get some great whites around us, and get this device in the water.
So you just want it about 3/4 full, I reckon.
All right. Okay, I think we're good.
If it works, this experiment will allow the team to observe how sharks navigate through the world's oceans. By observing the shark's changing behavior, they hope to get valuable insight into how the stormy days leading up to Julian's attack might have affected the shark that bit him.
This is going to create a shock wave that's going to overpower the lateral line of the sharks and potentially cause them to swim away.
There we go. Nice. Woo! Okay, where's the shark? Get the bait down there if you can. Lure it past. When it does get here, hit the valve, and we're going to see if this is going to turn the shark away. No. Okay. Hit it, hit it!
A great white shark makes a beeline towards the bait.
It worked! But you see that shark came in, hit it, bang, veered off just like that. It actually worked better than I thought.
The shark turned away when its lateral line detected the high-pressure wall. The experiment is a success and shows the lateral line is attuned to minute pressure changes. Since sharks avoid pressure change, could the storm have steered the tiger shark to Pounders Beach?
And that menace is Ana, and it's expected to become a hurricane on track to hit Hawaii in the next 5 days.
To prove his weather theory, Kajira finds 3 cases that appear to show a spike in tiger shark behavior in stormy weather. October 2014, off the coast of Maalaea, Maui. Pro surfer Kaleo Robertson, along with his 3 sons, expect a huge swell from a local storm. Instead, there's something else large in the water.
I proceeded to grab my board, and I think I hit it twice, like swung my board out of it and kind of just screamed, because at that point I was like, it's either, you know, it's going to kill me or it's going to eat my family.
Kaleo came face to face with a 13-foot tiger shark. Fortunately, the only damage was a 14-inch bite mark across the rail of Kaleo's board. Within a week of the same storm, there are 2 further attacks on paddle boarders by suspected tiger sharks.
First tonight, we're getting details about yet another shark encounter on Maui. Terry says she saw a gray tiger shark's head about 2 feet wide pop out of the water and knock him off of her paddleboard.
The question remains, why do tiger sharks stick around pressure changes from storms while others flee? Dr. Mike Heithaus studies tiger sharks under hurricane conditions.
There's a team of us that's been working on tiger sharks in the Bahamas, and you can see on this map here where we've been working, those dots are listening stations, and we have lots of tiger sharks that were tagged. So every time a tagged tiger shark comes near a listening station, we hear it and you see it light up there. So, you know, normal times you can see these tiger sharks love those shallow waters. The lights are going off, those are sharks swimming around. But then in 2016, in the middle of our study, Hurricane Matthew blew through as a Category 5. Now, most sharks in the shallows leave when hurricanes are coming because it's just too dangerous. But instead, the tiger sharks are still in the area, and then as that hurricane goes through, they actually come into that shallow water, and we're seeing them about twice as often. So you see these lights going all the time. That means there's more sharks spending more time in that shallow waters, which is pretty incredible.
So what is it about tiger sharks? Why are they there when none of the other sharks are doing that?
Well, tiger sharks are awesome. I mean, just look at the size of this animal. Big body, they need lots of food, and they're actually built to eat just about anything. They've got that broad head, the mouth's at the end of the snout, and then they have curved serrated teeth, so they can bite onto even a turtle shell, shake their head, and cut straight through. And, you know, they're the ultimate scavenger, so turtles, license plates, you name it, it's been found in a tiger shark. And after a hurricane, there's probably a lot of dead stuff to scavenge in the shallows.
Tiger sharks may ignore the discomfort of pressure changes in order to reap the rewards of the storm.
The other benefit they have is that they were near deep water, so at the most dangerous point of the hurricane, they might have been able to jump into that deep water, and then as soon as it passes through, up for the all-you-can-eat buffet.
It's a breakthrough. Evidence that tiger sharks stay in or close to shallow water throughout the hurricane, where other sharks flee.
You think about that hurricane goes through, dead stuff in the water, that scent's gonna come out. Tiger sharks can just nip up and grab a piece.
This unfussy approach to food gives tiger sharks the edge as a large sea predator.
Tiger sharks have one of the broadest diets you will see in any shark species. So they will eat other sharks, they eat mammals, they eat birds, they eat reptiles, they eat reef fishes.
With this very diet, the tiger shark is clearly a generalist. This means it's adaptable to a changed environment easily because it's not that fussy on what it eats.
Tigers take advantage of scavenging opportunities in a hurricane. The mystery behind why Julian was attacked is solved. The tiger shark wasn't triggered by the squeaks from his foam board. There were no whales in the area for it to mistake Julian for one. It wasn't the right time of year for a hungry tiger mother to be in the waters. There was no bait ball. It was the water pressure that created the perfect circumstances for Julian to get bitten. The tiger was scavenging for food left behind from the hurricane. It's a startling conclusion to Julian's case. One to give pause to any ocean goers who plan to go for a swim after the storm.
It was like a classic summer Bay Area day. Maybe like 2 feet surf, so pretty good conditions for diving. That day, you know, like I set up my equipment, surf wetsuit, booties, gloves, belt, mask, fins. Usually on the north side there is like a nice rip current pulling next to the rocks. So I kind of go into that area, letting like gently rip current pull me out to the open ocean.
Gray Whale Cove, California.
My goal was, okay, I'm gonna go in the morning, do a little bit of foraging, get like a couple of like Dungeness crabs, rock crabs, like whatever I can find, and have a nice dinner. In the water, the visibility was maybe like 3 to 4 feet, 6 feet at some spots. You're like kind of diving in this like a greenish, grayish goo of plankton. It does get very spooky. You start seeing shadows out there in the surf and the water, but it just, like a mind is playing a little tricks on you. Sometimes you would be diving and you bump into the kind of half-teared seal, And that's really spooky, you know, like in 6 feet of water, you see like a seal kind of tear apart.
"20 minutes in, pneumonia hits the jackpot.
Maybe like 200 meters from the shore, I turn more into the sandy area, and wow, like it's this great spot, right? Like you see in one dive like 5 crabs, and you're wow, like I'm gonna be able actually to pick and choose, you know, like take my time, choose like the biggest ones, you know, and I was like super excited. I kind of collected first 2 crabs. I put them in the like yellow diving mesh bag, and then I put them next to my waist, right? So it's right next to my body. As I was surfacing slowly, I felt like this, like a gentle push on my thigh. And then everything changed like in a split second.
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravel the clues from past attacks and get closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life. Off the coast of Northern California, something hits Nemanja as he dives for crabs.
When you're in a murky water, you always freak out, even if you hit like a jellyfish. So I kind of switched my leg very quickly, and then as I was doing that, I could see like a nose and 2 big black eyes. It was for the split second, and then like boom, it disappears into the gray water. And at that time I realized it was a shark. First thing on my mind was like, get out of there. So it was just like a kicking kind of as crazy, like to the sand.
Not knowing if the shark will return, Nemanja scrambles to get to safety.
Frantically start kicking back to the rocks, so I can at least be kind of protected from one side. You're feeling every stroke you take, like every kick you do. As I got onto the beach, my wetsuit leg sleeve was filled with blood. At that point I was like, wow, it's actually not just like a scratch, it's just not like something superficial. I have to kind of go to the hospital straight up. I had a diving belt, so I tried to improvise like some sort of tourniquet to slow down the bleeding. I look at like my wetsuit, and this time as I open it up, it was just like this like super thick, you know, like a blood falling on the sand, and I was like, wow, I'm never gonna make it. So it was definitely kind of like a frightening moment. So I kind of look around, and then there was like a fisherman a little bit south from me.
I saw someone in a wetsuit waving towards me. He dropped to the ground. I saw the holes in his wetsuit and the blood was pouring out of it. I called 911, started to explain where we were, then my cell phone cut out. At that point, I had to make what I thought was maybe the hardest decision of that day, which was, do I stay with the victim or do I run back up to the parking lot to try and get better cell signal? I didn't think he would be able to make it if it took longer than 30 minutes for the EMTs to get here. It felt like going and making a call was the best thing to save his life.
I think you need to send someone real quick. Okay.
Thomas gets through to 911. And the EMTs arrive within 10 minutes.
The first thing was they put a real tourniquet. And once you put a real tourniquet, it really hurts.
The team of EMTs and state park employees carry Nemanja up 155 steps and rush him to the hospital.
The amount of damage for such a short encounter is huge. If you think about it, these teeth are razor sharp. They can kind of tear you apart so easily, but that wasn't the case. I lived, and I'm grateful actually that it could have been very easily much worse.
The last recorded shark attack on anyone in San Mateo County was in 1987. Why was Nemanja the first victim here in 35 years? A team of international experts assembles to find an answer. They'll combine their knowledge in a forensic investigation.
Grab that, Matt.
The team is led by Dr. Stephen Kajira. He has dedicated his life to studying sharks.
The more we can look at the different circumstances under which people are bitten, the more we're able to come together to a better understanding of why the sharks are choosing to bite under those circumstances. And that gets to the fundamental biology, and that's what I find the most interesting.
Kajira heads to the 360 lab to identify the shark that attacked Nemanja.
Now, he stated that all he saw were the beady black eyes. Well, let's see if we can bring up all the different shark species that are found here in the San Francisco Bay Area and see if we can narrow that down a little bit more. There's about 20 different species that can be found in this area. And we can rule out some of these straight away, like a basking shark. It's way too big, and it would certainly not elicit this sort of bite wound. And so if we eliminate a bunch of these sharks that it can't be, that leaves us with only two potential culprits, either a white shark or a short-fin mako. If you look at the jawline of the short-fin mako, you can see that the teeth are sharp, pointy, needle-like, great for impaling slippery fish prey. And you contrast that to what we see with the white shark here. The teeth are more triangular and broader. And so when these sharks are biting, they're actually sawing chunks out of larger marine mammal prey. Now, if we bring up the picture of Nemanja's leg here, you can see that the wounds correspond much more closely with what you would get from a white shark rather than the narrow puncture wounds that you would get from something like a short-fin mako. Now, if you take a look at this bite here, you can measure it, and it's only about half a foot across. And so if it were a white shark, it was clearly a juvenile white shark, probably about 8 feet long, that did the damage that we see on Nemanja's leg.
Kajira has identified the shark that attacked Nemanja as a young great white. Ryan Johnson, a member of the 360 investigation team in South Africa, knows this shark well.
Great white sharks are sort of the king daddy of shark species in the world. If anybody is asked about a shark, the first thing they think of is that quintessential great white shark. They're one of the biggest sharks, and they are big predators. They can reach up to 6 meters, probably 20 foot in length, weigh over 2 tons. To sustain that level of size, they need to eat a lot. They've got immense power in their jaws. They've got immense speed with their tail. They've got incredible sense of smell. And all of this has evolved to allow them to take on really challenging big prey.
Even as juveniles, great white sharks are skillful hunters.
Juveniles will have these sort of long, narrow teeth, while the adults will have these big classical triangle serrated teeth. Comparing juvenile white sharks to adult white sharks, you essentially see their mini-me's of the big ones.
The shark that bit Nemanja was a juvenile great white. Now, the real question, why did it target him? It's the team's job to forensically assess this encounter and decide which factors best explain why this attack happened. Geographic knows that sharks like to hunt at certain times of day, usually early morning or evening. Was the time of day the factor here? Nemanja got into the water at 8:35 a.m. and was bitten minutes later at 9 a.m. Geographic and the team match other attacks around the same time of day. Could another attack at the start of the day, 7,000 miles away in Australia, give the team a vital clue?
A gutsy surfer has fought off a shark during a frightening early morning attack at Evans Head in northern New South Wales.
Beaches here at Evans Head will remain closed today. We're expecting them to stay closed for at least 24 hours. Now, this morning's attack follows a number of shark sightings here on the New South Wales north coast.
Evans Head has miles of wild beach, loved by surfers. In 70 years, there have only been 3 confirmed shark bites here. But an incident 6 years ago at the same time of day as Nemanja's attack catches the 360 team's eye.
I used to go for a swim every morning at sunrise, and the guys on surfboards were calling me shark bait, so I thought I should join them. So we just became friends after that, and used to go surfing every day.
Just before 6 a.m., Jeff meets up with local surfer Craig Eisen, who's given him some pointers.
It was a nice day, high tide, hardly anyone around, very quiet. Yeah, just a nice peaceful morning.
Looked at the waves and didn't really think there was anything worth surfing. And then Craig says, oh, there's a little wave out there we can try. Craig thought it'd be good practice for me to practice getting on my feet quicker, because a small wave, if you don't get up, you miss the wave.
They enter the water just around sunrise.
Paddled out, not very far at all. Probably would have been about chest deep in water.
And we probably had about 4 or 5 paddling strokes. The shark fin came up between both Jeff and I, kind of like a submarine.
Craig sat up on his board and then said, go back, Jeff, there's a shark.
I turned around, the tail fin was just wagging like a dog's tail, staying in one spot. He was keeping himself against the current in one spot. I've never seen a shark do that before. So we started paddling towards the shore. I'm keeping an eye on the tail fin. Looking at the shore, looking at the tail fin. Turn around, look at the tail fin. It's not there. Sat up on my board. Turn around, look up in the corner of my eye. And here's the shark. He was in the air. And that's when time slowed down. It sort of went from picture frame to picture frame, just like a camera. The next frame, the shark was coming straight at me like a missile with its mouth open, its black eyes looking at me, and it's like smiling, thinking, I've got you. I didn't even feel him hit me, and he knocked me out for, it must have been 5-10 seconds.
Craig's on his board. Next thing, there's a lot of splashing and thrashing.
When When I came to, I was moving around like this, and I couldn't hear anything, and there was no sound. It was like shell shock from a bomb. I could see the shark's head on my lap going like this, shaking, and I'm moving around like this, like one of those mechanical bulls. He had his bottom jaw stuck in the surfboard and his top jaw on my left leg. I'm thinking, I'm dead, you know, I'm going to watch this shark just take my leg and go. I've got one chance. Its head's right here. I might as well, you know, punch it. Punch it in the head, see if I can paralyse it or temporarily, you know, stun it. First couple of punches didn't do anything. So I've got one left in me, so I just lift my hand right back and just... It stopped shaking, stopped moving, stopped thrashing. And then he started sliding off me.
Don't have time to think, it's just you've got to react. He was on his board just saying, we've got to get in. And after that, he didn't say much at all. We were incredibly lucky because the wave came along.
The wave takes them the 300 feet to shore.
I caught the wave right to the beach and just rolled off my surfboard.
His hand near his wrist looked like there'd been an axe go through. There wasn't much holding his hand on.
Craig is also bleeding heavily from his thigh.
And I got really cold, and then all I saw was blackness.
A nearby fisherman and the other people on the beach rush to Craig's aid. They call an ambulance. On the way to the hospital, Craig receives 3 blood transfusions.
The last time I saw him in the ambulance, he was very grey. So I didn't know if he was going to make it.
The shark destroyed a third of my thigh muscle. It just chewed it to pieces. The doctors decided to suck all the mangled muscle out, which left me a whole big gash in the leg. It was just basically a mess, the left hand. But I managed to get it back.
Doctors believe a white shark is to blame. After a month in the hospital, and despite his mangled leg, Craig miraculously leaves on his own 2 feet.
I hobbled out of the hospital on one crutch. I was just very lucky. Very lucky. I shouldn't be here, really. But got a lucky punch in. Got a lucky one. Jeff didn't freak out. To his credit, he stood by me, you know, all the way. I don't go surfing anymore. If I went out in the water now, see all the ripples you see on the ocean, they all come fins, you know, I see fins everywhere.
Craig was surfing at dawn. Pneumonia was crabbing early morning. Could the time of day be a factor in both attacks? Kajira asked 360 team member Giannis Papastamatu, an expert in shark hunting behavior, to compare the 2 cases.
Most sharks seem to like to hunt during the dawn and dusk, particularly dusk. But for one species, they also like to hunt during the dawn, and that is the white shark. They also have quite a unique tactic that we don't really see any other predator do, which is they like to use the sun to their advantage. So right now, the sun is to my side, but you'll see that as I start to move over here, now the sun is behind me. So if I was a white shark, I would be facing my prey, which now means my prey has the sun shining in its face. And that may almost have like a blinding effect, making it harder to see me and increasing my chance, if I was a white shark, of a successful hunt.
White shark's tactic of using the low sun to hunt fits well with the dawn attack on Craig in Australia. Giannis examines Nemanya's case to see if the two attacks are linked.
This bite happened between 8 to 9 in the morning. That's very different from dawn sunrise. As you can see, by 8, 9 o'clock right now, the sun's up high. It's no longer sunrise.
The surfing attack in Australia is typical of dawn hunting behavior. But Nemanya's attack happened nearly 3 hours after the sun rose in San Francisco. At that time of day, the sun was higher in the sky, and a shark could not have used it to blind its prey. If it's not time of day, then there's got to be another reason Nemanja became a target. Kajira goes back to Nemanja's account of the attack.
I always felt like, yeah, carrying like a catch in the bag, you're kind of almost having a target on your back, especially if it's a fish, right? Because the fish bleeds out. With the crabs, I felt a little bit more comfortable just because, you know, like they are not bleeding, they are not dead, they're just kind of there in the bag.
So it's interesting that Nemanja views this bag as like a target on his back, so to speak. I agree with him. The position of the bag right against his thigh, right where he was bitten, is too much of a coincidence. I think there is something significant about Nemanja's bag, but I don't think it's just the catch. I think if we take a closer look at this, we might explain what happened for this whole incident.
This hunch may be confirmed by one of the most famous attacks of recent times. Kajira pulls the incident from the database to take a closer look. With its powerful point break, Jeffreys Bay in South Africa's Eastern Cape is a mecca for surfers. And every year, the J-Bay Open Surf Competition attracts competitors and spectators from all over the world. In July 2015, defending champion Mick Fanning has reached the finals and waits for a wave. Out of nowhere, Mick is attacked by a great white shark.
And I'm happy to not even compete ever again. Like, seriously, like to walk away from that, I'm just so stoked. And, oh, man.
Photos from the event go viral and trigger a theory for the attack, that the bright yellow underside of his surfboard was to blame. Divers and surfers call it yum yum yellow. The theory is it attracts sharks. Could this have been a factor in the attack on Nemanja? Kajira looks into whether this fits with what the team knows about shark perception.
So we found a clue in Nemanja's dive kit. Here you can see it's bright yellow, and yellow is typically used as a safety color for marine equipment, so it's easy to be found.
So, real simple question. Is yellow attractive to sharks? Kajira asked Dr. Christine Bador, an expert in shark vision, to get answers.
I think in order to understand what sharks see, we need to know what the eye looks like. And actually, one of the first things that most people notice about a white shark is that they have these huge eyes that are very black in color, which we can see here on our shark. And even though that looks like a very different eye to us, it's quite similar in terms of anatomy. So we have a black part of our eye as well, right in the center of our eye. And just like in the shark, that's where light enters the eye, passes through a lens, and gives us the ability to form images.
Right, so I can see the eye, can't quite see you, but what does that mean for what the sharks see in their environment? Do sharks see color?
There's actually no evidence that sharks can see color. Humans can see color because we have cells called cones, and we have 3 different types of cones. Sharks only have 1 type of cone.
This is huge. The anatomy of a shark's eye means it can't see color. The shark that attacked Mick Fanning couldn't have seen that his board was yum yellow. And Nemanya's dive bag didn't look yellow to the shark that attacked him. So Kajira digs deeper into what sharks see for a lead.
What we see here is what a human would see if we were diving underwater. We have our eyes in front of our head, and so we're restricted to about 120-degree visual field in front of our head.
And how does this compare to what the sharks are actually seeing?
This is where things get interesting. Sharks can see almost 360 degrees all the way around their body because their eyes are on the side of their head. But because their eyes are on the side of their head, it creates a blind spot here in the front where they have their nose, and another blind spot here in the back where they have the whole back of their body. So they're about 270-degree vision around their body.
So that's their visual field, but do they see as clearly as us?
They don't. It's actually one of the lowest visual acuities of all vertebrates, which means they can't see nearly the level of detail that we can.
So I guess in terms of acuity and in terms of color vision, humans are watching like a 4K TV, whereas a shark would see something like just an old black and white.
Yeah, exactly.
The science is clear. Sharks don't see yellow. But Nemanya's bitten on the right leg, the same place he had his yellow dive bag. It's too big a coincidence. Kajira is sure there is more to this clue. In the database, he discovers another case of a shark triggered by color. California's Lost Coast. A rough shoreline, not for the faint-hearted. But David Alexander is looking for adventure.
I had a need to get away, just kind of unwind, not to think about work too much. So I decided to take a day off. Thought I'd take a new adventure to Shelter Cove. Reached out to a kayak forum that I belong to, and a gentleman said, "Hey, I'll meet you there. Let's go." And he's been there before, so I thought, okay, that's a good opportunity for me to learn a little bit from him. The day felt like any other day. Fishing was off and on. If you found a good spot, a good reef, there was some decent amount of fish.
David sails in a yellow kayak while his buddy's in camouflage. They get lines in the water to make the most of the fishing before the weather changes.
Wind isn't blowing yet, but we anticipate an afternoon wind up to about 10 knots. We're coming in right off the lighthouse. We're not very far from launch. When I hear a big thud, sounds like a big plastic trash can being just whacked or beat. I look at the end of my kayak, and all I see is gray, something big and gray out of the water. And that's why I went in my head, I thought, am I on a wash rock? Was I not paying attention? But it spun me, and then I could see it. And a shark had the tip of my kayak in his mouth like he was smoking a cigar. The shark has come up and out, and when he comes back down, I think the weight and the way he grabbed me rolled me 180 into the water like a hot dog. Oh, God! Now I'm in the water holding on to the side of the kayak, and what I see, I see a lot of teeth, a lot of pink in the gums, and I see those big eyes. He's got the kayak in his mouth, and I'm hearing the sound. It almost sounds like rough sandpaper, just like chewing sound, and he's just biting down on my kayak. And I'm watching those teeth and that whole front end kind of coming out. I'm holding on, and I'll tell you what flashed in my head. One was my wife. It's interesting. My children flashed in my head because I'm thinking I am now in the water. A shark's got a hold of my kayak. He's going to come for me next. And I'm hoping if the shark does grab me, that it cuts me clean and I bleed out warmly. When he let go, he kind of turned toward John, and I was thinking to myself, oh no, now he's going to go clamp onto John's boat. Never saw him again.
David had a lucky escape. With the help of his buddy John, David slowly paddles back to shore with a leaking kayak.
I'm not too sure why that shark that day chose my kayak. I've heard the jokes about yum yum yellow. I really don't know. To this day, my head's on a swivel because you never know.
Evidence seems to show sharks attacking things that are yellow, even though they can't see color. Kajira just needs to resolve this mystery. He has to show evidence that the color of Nemanya's dive bag really is a significant factor in the attack. He calls on 2 team members in South Africa to help. Ryan Johnson and Gibbs Kuguru are experts in shark behavior. They run a real-world experiment with great whites to show that there is more to shark vision than meets the eye. An experiment that's never been done before.
So we've seen reports of sharks going for yellow kayaks and yellow dive bags. Does the color yellow have any properties about it that attracts sharks to it?
Well, if you look at the research and the science, sharks are mostly colorblind. So their attraction towards yellow should be a non-event, just like attraction towards any other color. But there is enough data out there to suggest it could be something, so I think it's definitely worth an experiment.
Can we demonstrate this happening in real time?
Well, normally we stick a piece of bait in the water and we look how the sharks react. But I think for this, I can be that bait. Got this bumblebee-colored wetsuit with bright yum yum yellow all over it. Get this on, get in the water, see how the shark responds versus when I'm wearing a traditional black wetsuit.
Right, so if you're the bait, then I'm gonna put some cameras all along the cage so I can demonstrate the shark interacting with you as its central focal point. And hopefully we get some good action out of it.
Let's see how it works.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Sharks have a powerful sense of smell, so to coax them closer to the boat, the crew chum these usually shark-infested waters with a potent soup made from ground-up fish. Ryan will first test out the black suit and then swap out to the yellow later to see if there's any noticeable difference in the shark's behavior.
Okay, push it, give it a push. All right, starting rolling. You good to go?
Cool, man.
Good luck. We've just put Ryan in the cage. He's wearing a black wetsuit, and we want to see if the sharks are actually interested in him while he's wearing black.
"20 minutes pass. There's still no sign of any sharks nearby. The team changed tactic. They want to see if putting on the yellow suit will attract any passing sharks to take a closer look.
Open up. All right, let's get you out of here.
Fresh chum goes in. And so does the yellow suit.
Definitely brighter, eh?
A little bit.
The second dive will also be for 20 minutes.
You good there, Ryan? Hey, Ryan. Are you noticing anything different out there?
No sharks in the water.
Yeah, well, hey, man, let's get you out of here. Sure. Don't want to leave you in there.
Ryan and Gibbs' experiment is a bust. But they have received footage from a friend showing a very interesting reaction from a shark toward a yellow wetsuit.
Without realizing it, these two guys actually set up the perfect experiment to test Yum Yum Yellow. You had one guy in a camouflage wetsuit, you had one guy in a really bright yellow wetsuit, and you had a really interested great white shark circling both of them. As it passes the guy in the yellow wetsuit, you can see very subtle but very distinct behaviors. Its head moves towards diver, it rolls a bit as if it wants to start engaging its mouth. And this is a type of behavior that you should really notice if you're in the water with a great white shark. It's showing distinct interest, it wants to investigate. Here it's coming past Andre, and it just ignores him. It's a typical glide by. Very different behavior between the yellow wetsuit and the camouflage wetsuit. And as you watch sort of the progression of this interaction, the shark just gets more and more curious. Bang, look at that. Oh, you wouldn't want to be him, eh? So there he goes, and that shark got more and more curious, and bang, he went, and his head came up, his nose came up, and he actually took a bite. That is a really, really clear result. Its focus, its interest, it's clearly towards the guy in the yellow wetsuit.
Back in the lab, Kajira digs into this connection between sharks and yellow objects.
So there's overwhelming anecdotal evidence that sharks are attracted to bright colors like yellow. And you can just look online, and there's a lot of videos out there of yellow objects that sharks are coming up to investigate. If we start to look at some of these examples here, you can see that here you've got someone paddling around in a bright yellow kayak. This hammerhead is circling around his yellow kayak. He keeps hitting it on the head with the paddle, trying to get this shark away. When the shark is here, it's paying an inordinate amount of attention to the bright yellow kayak. You can go to another video. Here's someone else in a bright yellow kayak, bobbing around on the water, and you can see this tiger shark coming up. You can see the fin breaking the surface right over here. It's making a beeline straight toward this fisherman on this boat. He's pulling his boots up out of the water, and there's the shark coming right up to investigate his kayak here. And then you can look at some other videos. Here you've got these spear fishermen who are in the water, clearly attracting this tiger shark to the area. What is interesting is after these guys get out of the water and get out of the way, what the shark does is it pays particular attention to this bright yellow float that's on the surface here. Look, it took the whole float down. It bit the actual float itself, the yellow float.
Oh, look, he's eating it! Oh, yeah!
We see over and over again sharks paying attention to these bright yellow objects. They're clearly interested in this particular color. But we know that sharks can't see color. So why are they reacting to this at all?
Kajira meets with Dr. Christine Bador again to understand more about shark vision.
So we have evidence that sharks are biting yellow objects. But if it's not the color, why would they be biting things that are yellow?
I think to answer that, we should bring up our shark's eye view again. And what we can see here is that there's a lot of contrast between the environment and this dark fish here. White sharks have cones that are sensitive to green, which is the color of their environment. Anything that's not green appears really dark like this fish.
So high contrast items, like something that's yellow, might be attractive to sharks.
Yeah, sharks have some of the best contrast vision of any vertebrate. So anything that appears dark could be something that they want to investigate. And if we look at what humans can see again, we can see that this is a yellow fish because we have the different types of cones and can add that color information.
Okay, so the yellow stands out to us because it's bright and yellow, but to the sharks, it basically just appears as this dark, high contrast item.
The team has a strong theory why Nemanja was attacked. The time of day wasn't a factor, as it was in Australia. It happened later in the morning, not dawn, when great whites are more active, using the low sun to blind their prey. It wasn't simply the color of Nemanja's yellow dive bag either. It was the contrast between the bright-colored bag and surroundings, much like how the shark focused on David's yellow kayak, not his friend's camouflaged one. The shark bit Nemanja on the right thigh, where his bright yellow dive bag was.
Yellow seems to jump out a lot more, but I really think any light-colored pigment will do the same thing, like a white or another color that has a high level of contrast.
Once the shark had seen Nemanja, it had to decide whether he was edible.
Unlike humans, sharks don't have hands. So in order to be tactile with their environment, they need to feel things with their mouth.
The attack on Nemanja was over in a flash.
That initial strike might be almost like a taste, and the animal's trying to taste its potential prey, and then realizing perhaps it wasn't what it thought it was, or it's not what it's looking for, it basically leaves.
Divers are not natural prey for sharks. This was a case of mistaken identity.
Sharks, after this encounter, I have even more respect. There is more to them than just being vicious killing machines. They are like these creatures that, like live, grow, learn about the world, and go around their business. So I kind of respect them and love them, and, they are part of the habitat, and I think they're part of the healthy habitat.
This episode features images from real shark attacks. Viewer discretion is advised.
Simon loved the ocean. He loved everything about it. He would swim once a day, whether it was in the morning or in the afternoon. And this was just a regular swim for him.
Keen swimmer Simon Nellis trains for the Malabar Magic Ocean Swim in Sydney, Australia. He joins other swimmers at Little Bay, a sheltered cove popular with ocean swimmers.
It's peak summer, 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's beautiful. There were people paddleboarding, fishing, and just walking by the beach. Sometimes it's like a bath in these waters here. So people are coming here after work for a dip just to cool down.
As one of the only swimmers in a wetsuit, Simon swims beyond the shallows and out of the bay. At its mouth, a group of fishermen cast off the rocks.
Oh my God.
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravels the clues from past attacks and get closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life. Swimmer Simon Nellis is attacked just 10 meters from the rocks.
Help! Hey!
Fishermen on the rocks witness the attack. As one calls the emergency services, another records the attack.
That's insane! Someone just got eaten by a shark.
First responder Lucky Pracharn answers the call.
When there's a shark attack incident, you were thinking that the person's going to potentially have lost a lot of blood. As a first responder, the main thing we've got to think about is stopping that major hemorrhage, that catastrophic blood loss.
At the same time, journalist Natasha Squarey is monitoring the emergency frequencies and picks up the story.
The call had come in from some local rock fishermen. I don't think they were making a lot of sense. They were just saying, wetsuit, half a wetsuit, shark bite. We're obviously expecting to see some sort of makeshift triage on the sand. There was nothing like that at all.
Everybody in Little Bay is focused on finding Simon.
All right, if you can search that area and have a look for that boy out there.
We couldn't see anything in the water, and I think that was the struggle for the emergency services as well.
As emergency responders continue to arrive, police helicopters search the water from above.
There's 2 helicopters. There's multiple police on scene, and there's paramedic transport crews on scene.
Despite a full-scale search and rescue operation, efforts to find Simon are unsuccessful. Reporting the story, Natasha Squarey finds one of the fishermen who witnessed the incident and gives a first-hand account of what happened.
Very hard to talk about it because it happened like 10 meters off the rocks. The shark came at full speed, you know, that was it.
We came across the rock fishermen, and that was really hard, obviously, because 2 or 3 of them had actually seen what had happened just a few minutes before, so that was really difficult. Was he saying anything, or?
No, he was just screaming, yeah.
That's insane!
We heard there was a video that existed. We didn't really know what it was showing. Unfortunately, it was the worst thing you could even imagine. I started watching it, and then I just chose not to watch it.
The video footage that the police had then showed me was quite horrific. And at that point, I was able to get the other crews to stand down. The patient had suffered catastrophic injuries that would not be survivable. After talking to the fishermen as well, it sounded like the shark had bitten the patient while he was swimming from the legs down. And he would have passed away instantly. The shark took the entire upper torso and then disappeared. It was an extremely frightening, tragic incident.
Fatal shark attacks are incredibly rare. Confirmation that Simon has died makes it the first fatal attack in Sydney for 60 years. Search teams switch from rescue to recovery.
I think it was a police helicopter who actually spotted the wetsuit, and then they were able to narrow in on the location, and then within a few minutes they started to see body parts in the water.
Across the globe, there are fewer than 10 fatal shark attacks each year. Each one is an awful tragedy. The 360 team wants to find an explanation for this one. Why was Simon Nellis attacked and killed? Dr. Stephen Kajira leads the team, searching for answers. He's dedicated his life to studying sharks.
When you have a shark bite, it allows the biologist to go in and examine what the environmental conditions were, what sensory cues the shark was using, what the motivational state of the animal might have been. And all of this information allows us to learn more about the underlying biology of the shark.
Now, he joins forces with an international team of experts, combining their knowledge in a forensic analysis of the causes. Kajira's task is to establish why this attack was fatal, when 9 out of 10 shark attacks are survivable.
This was a tragic attack, and whatever shark was responsible must have been extremely powerful. Now we know that from bite force measurements, pound for pound, the bull shark has the strongest bite force of any shark.
Bull sharks are probably responsible for most of the shark attacks in and around Sydney Harbor. They're aggressive, love warm water, and are known to hunt the harbor, beaches, and rivers around Sydney. These two fishermen in Sydney Harbor struggled to release an 8-foot bull shark they'd reeled in. Just 2 weeks before Simon's attack, and just 12 miles from the beach where he was taken. Back in the 360 lab, Kajira takes a closer look.
You'll notice straight away that this is a big, powerful looking shark. It's very broad, and if you look at the snout here, you can see that where the jaw is, it's a big, wide head to accommodate this really large set of jaws. Now, if we contrast the bull shark to another shark that's the same size, we'll look at a dusky shark. And over here, we have a dusky shark.
Dusky sharks are often sighted at Sydney's beaches.
What you'll notice straight away is with the dusky is the same total length as the bull shark, but you'll notice that it has this much more streamlined body. It's kind of like a greyhound compared to a pit bull. And because it's not nearly as big, the head isn't as massive, you'll see that also the jaw is not nearly as big and as broad as what we see with the bull shark. Now, the reason this is important is because if you take a look at what the bull shark is able to accomplish with its big, massive jaws, it has large adductor muscles, which are able to clamp close the jaw with a force equivalent to a 600-pound weight slamming down. That's enough to crush a bowling ball. It's clearly enough to snap through a plank like this. But bull sharks reach a maximum size of only about 10 feet or so. And we know from eyewitness accounts that the shark in this attack was much larger.
That puts the biggest predatory fish on the planet in the frame for Simon's death, an adult great white. Up to 20 feet long and weighing over 4,000 pounds, they're thought to live up to 70 years. Its mouth crammed with serrated teeth like steak knives, designed to shred its prey of seals, sea lions, and even small whales.
You thought the bull shark was big and powerful. Look at the size of that white shark in comparison. It's enormous. White shark is close to double the size of this bull shark. And if we send the bull shark on her way here, takes a minute, she's a big shark. But if we walk over and take a look at the white shark, you'll notice that the jaws again are really big. They have big adductor muscles, so powerful jaws. And we know that when you double the size of a muscle, you increase the bite force by 4 times. And so with the white shark, with their enormous jaws and their powerful jaw muscles, they're able to generate a bite force equivalent to about 1,800 pounds of weight crushing down, compared to less than half of that for even the biggest bull shark. It was clearly an adult white shark that was responsible in this attack.
A later interview with the fisherman who witnessed the attack confirms Kajira's verdict.
Out of nowhere, we just heard like, ah, and something come up, and it was just a big shark in the air, totally airborne, hit the thing and hit the guy very, very quick. And came back down, and we realized it was a shark attack on a swimmer, just 10 meters off the rocks. We couldn't do anything about it. Just surreal, you know, that's it. know.
So when you saw, just describe how big was this shark?
It was a 4.5 meter great white. Saw the shark clearly. Yeah, nothing we could do. It was just catapulted in the air with it in his mouth, and then it came back down, and shark came and ate it. Came and ate the person.
There's no question what shark was responsible. The team must uncover why a great white shark committed to a full-scale attack on a human. To find out why Sydney's first fatal attack in 60 years happened at Little Bay, Kajira calls on 360 team member Melissa Marquez, an expert in interactions between humans and sharks, to meet marine biologist Dr. Phoebe Marr. Melissa wants to know, did Little Bay's geography lend itself to an attack?
So you've been swimming here before then?
Yeah, I have. I've brought my kids down here. I used to swim here on the weekends.
So the bay is pretty interesting because you've got this kind of calm area here, but then as you go a little bit further, it gets a little bit gnarlier.
So once you get past out through that channel, which is actually quite a deep channel, you can see it gets quite rough out there. So compared to other bays where people swim in and around Sydney, this one is actually quite close to that continental shelf, so really deep water is not that far away.
The edge of the continental shelf is where shallow coastal waters plunge into deep ocean. At the mouth of Little Bay, the seafloor drops and deep channels cut into the shallows.
So two different habitats. You've got the shallow, calm area here, and then you've got that deeper habitat for bigger animals.
Absolutely, yeah. All the big fish, big sharks, and typically those channels where it funnels in, you're going to get such a variety of fish and animals.
This blending of two habitats may provide some key information.
The smaller fish will come into the shallow areas because they get protection from the bigger fish. But once you get out closer to that deeper channel, you'll get the larger fish. And you will get the occasional seal.
So big fish, big sea mammals such as like seals, sea lions, whales.
It's one of those bits of advice that we give, try and avoid the channels. We do tend to see that the shark's coming in and out of those channels to feed.
Little Bay's unique geography is a compelling piece of evidence. Shallow waters right beside deep ocean turbocharges the sea life, attracting bigger fish and mammals into the shallows, hunting smaller, abundant prey.
There are seal populations here off of Sydney, specifically New Zealand and Australian fur seals. They pup around October to December, and so there could be some juveniles actually that still are sticking around in January and February. That's around the time that Simon got bit, so maybe one of the reasons that he got bit was because a great white shark thought that he was a juvenile seal.
Because seals are the favored prey of larger great whites. 360 team members Ryan Johnson and Gibbs Guguru investigate how great whites hunt seals in deep water. They've come to Mossel Bay in South Africa with an experimental camera rig to capture footage of a hunting technique unique to great whites.
Their hunting is focused in the morning and in the evening. This island is full of Cape fur seals. Cape fur seals are probably the most favorite prey species for great white sharks.
And at any given time, we have 2,000 to 4,000 seals on the island, and they break off into these smaller pods of 5 to 10 and dart off the island, trying to escape the jaws of the sharks.
Well, I think that's what makes this place so special. It's one of the few places where you can come out and actively watch that predator-prey strategies in real life between great white sharks and Cape fur seals. Early morning means this is perfect light conditions. Light doesn't penetrate deep down into the ocean, so the shark remains camouflaged. Yet at the same time, above, the seals are silhouetted. And what they do is they sit down at the bottom, about 10 meters down. They're waiting for those air-breathing seals above at the surface, that is their minute, tiny opportunity that they've got to attack those seals.
I think it's quite amazing how these sharks have adopted this strategy. So when they see that silhouette up at the top, that's their perfect opportunity to hone in on where their target is, ambush them, and strike right at the perfect moment.
Gibbs and Ryan have developed a camera rig that will film a seal decoy from above and below.
You do the bottom, I'll do the top.
They're setting the decoy in water 65 feet deep.
What do you reckon, man? Gonna have luck today. I'm rolling.
I think I'm rolling too.
Yeah, a lot of seal movement, which is not good.
They're being extra cheeky.
Slightly forward there, Skip.
The team is ready to catch the moment when a great white strikes. And observe factors that may have been at play with Simon's attack.
Now, I'm just thinking with this water so flat, we should actually keep the speed up a little bit to get that decoy splashing around. When it's this flat, these sharks, they're not dumb, they're smart. They're gonna see that that's a decoy. So if we go a little bit quicker today, Darby, just to get a bit more movement in that seal.
Cape fur seals can swim twice the speed of the fastest human.
You know, you see these seals moving through the water, and they're incredibly agile. They move like missiles through the water.
That's what these sharks are up against. They have to take down incredibly fast, agile prey.
For today at least, the seal decoy escapes the bite. Sharks can be unpredictable creatures, and on this occasion, Mossel Bay's great whites weren't taking the bait. But on another visit to Seal Island, Ryan's artificial seal decoy catches the shark's attention. Towed around Seal Island in 65 feet of water, Ryan's camera rig captures footage of great whites launching themselves straight up at the seal decoy. The footage reveals a steep angle of attack, concealing the incoming shark until it's too late for the seal to avoid.
At Seal Island, sharks know they have to be camouflaged. They have to be stealthy to even have a chance of getting close enough to that Cape fur seal to be successful. So the shark has to stay deep then, wait for that seal to be at the surface because it's an air breather, and then essentially get as close to that seal as hard and as fast as possible before being detected. And the consequence is this massive breach when they start rushing out of the water and jumping out of the water.
The fishermen who witnessed the attack on Simon
Shark! It's a shark!
described the shark as totally airborne. The description matches the seal hunting behavior recorded by Ryan's cameras. The question remains, why did the shark launch a breach attack? Simon was the only swimmer wearing a wetsuit. Was he singled out by the shark for that reason? Kajira identifies an attack 7,500 miles away in California that seems to confirm the theory.
I like to wear a wetsuit. It keeps you buoyant, it's more safe. The beach was beautiful. It's slightly enclosed, it's kind of a horseshoe bay, and I just felt comfortable here. A lot of other triathletes train here. Because this is a pretty safe beach, I was training for a half Ironman, so I was really excited to be at the ocean and be able to go swimming. So usually our drill is, get through the waves, start your stroke as soon as you can, get to the first buoy, map out your swim area, and go from there.
150 yards from the beach, Maria reaches a row of buoys and starts her training session.
I felt pretty confident. I was towards the end of my training. I got my stroke pretty quickly. Everything looked good to me. I did notice there was a lifeguard boat there. So I was pretty comfortable because even though I was the only one in the water, the lifeguard boat was there.
I just got hired as an officer for Newport Beach Lifeguards, and it was my first day ever working on our lifeguard boats. We got a 911 call for swimmers in distress towards the south end of our beach, and on our way back, we decided to stop next to the rocks for a second just to go through our gear.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I'm in my stroke. So I turned over buoy number 3. And then as I'm stroking and stroking, out of nowhere, I feel this piercing pain in my whole body. When it happened, just the intense pain I felt, and because it was my whole body, like literally my whole body. So I'm just like, okay, something was really big, something had a lot of teeth. So it just, my brain just went there. It had to be a shark. There's nothing else in the water that's that big and that would do that kind of thing to me. And I was just like, you need to get the hell out, is what you need to do. So I looked up and I just thought I better tread water like crazy because if the shark comes back, maybe I could kick it, maybe I could do something. I knew the boat was there. I turned towards the boat, I screamed.
Our boat operator, Mike here, just happened to be looking at that area because she's the only swimmer in the water. He's been a lifeguard for over 30 years. You go like, I think we need to go check this out and see if she needs help. I thought possibly she had a cramp from like 100 yards away. And then as we got closer, you could tell right away that she had lost a lot of blood.
All of a sudden, I felt these 2 arms underneath me pulling me out of the water. Then I'm being dragged up on a boat. Lay down, lay down, lay down.
Oh my God! Oh no, she's been... Immediately, we realized major trauma. One of the worst traumas I've ever seen. She had multiple lacerations all over her body, avulsions where parts of her arm are hanging off and losing a lot of blood.
I'm telling this person, my chest, you need to check my chest, I can't breathe. And he instantly tells me, he says, you need to hold your arm until I tell you to let go. And as soon as he said that to me, I felt this warm, gushing stuff coming out of my arm. And I just went, okay. And I just grabbed my arm.
As the boat speeds towards the jetty, Maria's son, Lucas, films a helicopter clearing the water.
A police helicopter came in and was just over the microphone, everybody get out of the water. And then as soon as I heard that, my mind went to my mom. She's still out there around the buoys. I knew that something had gone wrong, and I knew that she was the one farthest out, because I hadn't seen any other swimmers that day.
EMTs rush Maria to the hospital.
Just remember saying, can you just put me to sleep now and fix me? I just need to be put to sleep and fix me. And then I just don't remember anything until I woke up. I learned later that my surgery was 4 hours or so. I had a detached tricep down to the bone, so my arm was literally hanging. It had bit me from my chest down to my pelvis, front and back. So there was a big hole in my back. It fractured my pelvis. It severed my lateral femoral nerve, which goes down your leg. So my leg is now numb from about my knee to my hip. So I tell people I was bit like a hamburger, just like munch munch.
The experts that did the estimation afterwards from the size of the teeth and the size of the semicircle of the bite estimated that it was about a 10-foot shark. That summer we had been seeing a lot of great whites in the area. If we hadn't have been there by chance, I don't think that things would have turned out the same way.
The 10-foot shark that bit Maria was significantly smaller than the shark that attacked Simon Nellist, which was almost 15 feet.
So you're wearing?
Thanks to a whole lot of luck and the skill of the lifeguards, Maria escapes with her life.
So,
Wow.
voila!
Wow.
I was wearing it, right?
Uh-huh.
And is this the arm? This is the
Totally.
arm.
Totally.
So
I
there's
remember
a big,
all these
yeah.
marks. All these
Puncture
these
wounds?
marks, yeah.
Oh, look! I never noticed that before.
Yeah, I remember this because
Is
you
there-
could see your skin through it. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Oh
There's
my
like,
gosh. And that's the big one.
yep. I remember that. Wow.
Back at the 360 lab, Kajira examines what part wetsuits play in these attacks.
So here you can see a body of water, and we have two swimmers, one wearing a wetsuit and one just wearing a swimsuit. Now, both of these bites took place around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so the sun was quite high in the sky. And from up here, you can see that, yes, it does look like the person with the wetsuit does look more like a seal. But this is the top-down perspective. This is the bird's eye view. It's not what the shark would see. So now let's switch to the shark's eye perspective on these two swimmers and see how that differs. And so now, as we're looking up and seeing what a shark would see, the swimmer in the wetsuit and the swimmer in just the swimsuit are both silhouetted against the afternoon sun. And they both appear very similar. You'd be hard-pressed to tell them apart. And certainly, something like a white shark that doesn't have the same sort of visual resolution that we would have would be unable to distinguish whether someone is wearing a wetsuit or not.
From the great white's point of view, wearing a wetsuit makes no difference. The silhouette of a swimmer looks the same from below. Either can be mistaken for a seal. Simon Nellist's wetsuit might not be the reason he was attacked, but the fact that he was reported to be the only swimmer wearing one raises a different question. What was a great white shark even doing there? Other swimmers weren't wearing wetsuits because the water in Little Bay was so warm. Odd, because great whites prefer the cold.
Simon's attack was really rare. It's actually the first fatal attack that Sydney's had in over 60 years. There's a lot of unusual circumstances around it, especially the warm waters around Sydney when this actually happened. So something exceptional must have been happening under there for that great white shark to be there. Now, great white sharks are a species that prefer cooler, temperate waters. And when Simon got bit, the water was actually unusually warm that day. It was 26 degrees Celsius. Usually around summer, those great white sharks will kind of migrate a little bit closer to the poles or to Antarctica, towards south, just because it's a little bit cooler. So, a bit weird that a great white shark was in such warm waters.
Seawater temperatures of 26 degrees Celsius or 78 degrees Fahrenheit are thought to be uncomfortably warm for a great white.
All shark species have their own preferred temperature range. And what is that for white sharks? We can instrument sharks with transmitters, then we can correlate the location of the sharks with the water temperature at that time. And so if we bring up a map of Florida here, you can see that there are these little dots all along the coast. Those correspond to these listening stations. They're listening for these instrumented sharks. And in the summertime, when the water temperature is warm, we're not detecting any white sharks here. None of the dots are lit up. But in the wintertime, when the water temperature is cooler, you'll see that these dots are starting to light up. They're detecting the white sharks in Florida in the wintertime only. And then in the spring, as the water temperatures start to rise again, you'll see the white sharks leaving. They're basically heading north and migrating back up north again. So what does this mean for great white sharks? Well, they appear to have a preferred temperature range of around 54 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit. And it doesn't mean that they can't occur in warmer water, but if they do, there'd have to be a good reason for it.
The water temperature in Little Bay on the day of Simon's attack was 78 degrees. So why would the shark venture out of its comfort zone? There's no better reason for a predator to endure uncomfortable conditions than food. In the oceans, changes in temperature can trigger an abundance of prey. Water temperature changes with the seasons, but it can also change by other factors. Shifting wind and water currents in the Pacific Ocean are the source of two opposing climate phenomena called El Niño and La Niña. Could these global disruptions have been a factor in Simon's attack? Melissa Marquez investigates.
El Niño is essentially when the trade winds weaken from going over from the Americas over to, say, Asia and Australia.
Trade winds reliably blow from east to west and push warm water towards Australia. During El Niño, the trade winds weaken, and warm water on the Pacific Ocean surface is no longer pushed towards Australia. When less hot water is pushed toward Australia, cold water in the deep ocean rises up.
Upwelling is this process where the deep water from our ocean comes up to the surface, and it's cool, it's nutrient rich, so that means that you've got a lot of these animals that are going to be drawn to those areas, including big predators such as great white sharks.
But Simon's attack didn't happen during El Niño.
So for Simon's attack, it actually happened during La Niña, which is the complete opposite of El Niño. So that's when those trade winds actually strengthen. So you've got all this warm water going towards Asia, but also the eastern side of Australia.
Movements of warmer and cooler water around the world's oceans are often accompanied by changes to the marine life. Populations of bait fish can increase, decrease, or migrate because of these climate events. Geographic cross-references the database for a mixture of freak water temperatures, hungry predators, and abundant prey. Add humans to the mix, and accidents can happen. Geographic finds one in South Africa.
I trained as a diver quite late in life, so I was teaching diving. It developed into teaching underwater photography, taking people away on trips, doing underwater photography.
In June 2002, Tony runs a trip to the wild coast of South Africa to photograph the sardine run.
It's called the Wild Coast because that's literally what it is. So you're on dirt tracks, no cell phone signals, no TV, no nothing. There's beach launching because there's no natural harbours down there at all.
Every year in early winter, winds blowing across the southern Atlantic Ocean strengthen and force a cold current up the wild coast.
The sardines live off the Cape, and what happens is the huge shell of sardines starts following the countercurrent up the coast of South Africa. Because of that, the wildlife, dolphins, they congregate, the sharks congregate, the gannets congregate. So what you get is this amount of wildlife that you probably can't experience anywhere else.
Guided by a spotter in the sky, Tony's boat drops him and his clients right beside a shoal of sardine, known as a bait ball.
First day we went out, there was sardine balls going off everywhere. I mean, in that one bait ball, we were certainly around about 150 dolphins, 50 sharks, and as you got nearer, you can hear the gannets in the water. The sharks and the dolphins start attacking the ball, and they just carve into it, they enter it, you know, mouths open, come out the other side with half a dozen sardines in their mouth. These bait balls can be 300 to 400 feet across. I just remember this wall of sardines appearing. I couldn't see the sides, and I suddenly couldn't see the bottom. With such a tightly compacted bunch of sardines, the bait ball moved over me. So I went from visibility to nil visibility straight away. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even lift my hand up and see it. They were so compacted.
Tony is deep inside a swirling mass of sardines when out of nowhere,
All of a sudden, the shark appeared on my elbow. But he's got my elbow in his mouth. That shark was in that bait ball looking for sardines. But when he ended up on my arm, it literally was straight in. And I can see his face because he's only about 5-6 inches away from me. I could tell that I was bleeding quite profusely. And I was trying to hold my elbow out of the water so I could see the blood. And I knew there was at least 50-60 sharks around me because I had seen them attacking the bait ball, so I knew they were all there.
Tony needs to get back to the boat fast.
The boat was probably a few hundred yards away because they were steering clear not to, aggravate the sardines. So it was down to me with one arm to wave and obviously start shouting. I've been bitten by a shark. They got me onto the rib. They went at it basically as fast as that boat could go to the beach. So we get onto the beach. I'm laid in the bottom of the boat, and there was an Australian film crew who came up to the boat, video cameras in hand, and they said, "Do you mind if we film this?" And I think my answer was basically, "I don't care what you're going to do at the moment." So while I was being transported back to the beach, there was a sharks spotting plane overhead that belonged to the Sharks Board of South Africa. They landed on the beach. Then I was transferred basically from the boat onto the plane, and they flew me to the nearest town where there was a hospital.
Tony spends 3 hours in surgery, where his wound is pulled together using 75 metal clips.
Everything that day fell into place. I got full use back in my arm. My arm is still numb, but I have complete and utter usage of it.
Although Tony's arm bears the scars from that day, he doesn't hold a grudge.
That shark was just as surprised as I was at that time. So for me, it wasn't premeditated. He wasn't looking for me because, let's be fair, if I had nil visibility, he couldn't see anything either. So he was just snapping around, hoping to get a mouthful of sardines. Accident.
Tony's lucky escape shows how bait fish attract predators with one thing on their mind: food. Could Simon Nellist have swum into a bait ball? Simon was attacked in La Nina when the water is warmer than usual and doesn't cause massive bait fish migrations along the Australian coast. Kajira knows there's more to this case and invites Mackenzie Smith to the lab to investigate further. She's been studying bait fish in El Nino and La Nina years.
The past 3 years, I've studied the natural underwater environment of a South Florida nearshore. So we have cameras located at 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, and 200 meters.
So in 2019, we know that was an El Nino year. In 2020 was a La Nina year.
For 2019, you can see throughout the 4 cameras that all the bait fish are pretty reasonably distributed.
Mackenzie's cameras show the bait fish are spread evenly, nicely spaced out in an El Nino year.
But then if we bring up 2020, you'll see more bait fish are sectioned to this 50 and 100 meter distance from the shore.
So they're closer to shore.
La Nina doesn't just bring warmer water to Little Bay.
So for 2020, because it was a La Nina year, you're gonna have stronger ocean currents, and that's what's gonna push those bait fish closer to shore.
The strong ocean currents brought to Australia by La Nina force bait fish to find calmer conditions in sheltered bays. Lots of fish crowded into small bays attracts predators looking for an easy catch.
La Nina, El Nino, these are worldwide, phenomena. And your study was based here in South Florida, but how do you think this same principle would apply somewhere else like Sydney, Australia?
Sydney has extremely deep waters near shore and very rocky. So that's great for the bait fish. They have a lot of places to hide and shelter. And that in turn is going to bring seals and sea lions. And that in turn brings in larger predators like great white sharks.
So once you've got a sheltered bay that has great white sharks in it and people, it's basically a disaster waiting to happen.
Absolutely.
Our investigation has shown that what makes Little Bay ideal for swimming also makes it a great place for bait fish to shelter from storms and ocean currents outside. When the shallows become crowded with bait fish, it draws bigger fish, mammals, and even great white sharks. Deep water beyond the mouth of Little Bay also allows a great white to hide in the deep, where the light can't reach, and use a hunting technique evolved to catch smart, agile prey like seals. But attacking from below compromises what the great white can see on the surface, swimmer or seal, wetsuit or not. As our investigation revealed, tragically for Simon Nellis and all who knew him, the shark couldn't see the difference. This episode features images from real shark attacks. Viewer discretion is advised.
I love surfing, being out there in just a beautiful ocean. The adrenaline rush of, getting an awesome wave, the whole culture behind it.
Doyle Nielsen has come to surf with his brother Logan and mom Lizzie in Ponce Inlet, Florida.
Me and Logan kind of went off and I decided I was going to go towards more of the main peaks.
Also on the beach is photographer Sam Scribner.
In 2016, I broke my neck, and I was a big fan of surfing, skateboarding, action sports, and I was really trying to find a way to still interact with those things that were so dear to me. So with the camera, it's like I'm back in the water. I saw two sharks that are just ripping through one of the waves. There's definitely always a hair on the back of your neck. You get worried, you wonder if they are hunting, and if they are, do what you can to try to warn somebody. You can actually see a surfer in front of the wave where the two sharks are. And you see him see the sharks and immediately turn around.
Seconds later, the camera picks up Doyle. Right where the sharks were.
I had just caught a wave, but it wasn't very good. I caught, just got in, pushed in a little bit, and I turned around and started paddling back out.
Like, I pan back and forth just to see where my surfers are usually, and I just happened to come right back to where Doyle was literally in the center of my frame.
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravel the clues from past attacks and get closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life.
As I was starting to paddle back out, something slammed super hard into me, and I just got knocked off my board. I felt that hit impact more than anything. All I thought to myself was, gotta get out of there, gotta get in. As I'm paddling back in, I could see my arm, sleeves all ripped up. It's already red and bloody down there.
I was definitely dumbfounded. I was there with a friend of mine. And we both kind of had a moment of like, oh my God, I can't believe that.
As Doyle reaches the shoreline, a lifeguard comes to his aid.
He was definitely in a lot of shock. And before I knew it, he was into a sea of people that were taking care of him.
I was walking back, looking towards the ocean, trying to spot Doyle. It was a really busy day and there were a lot of surfers out. So I was looking, trying to spot him, and then he said, "Hey, Mom," from the other side. And he was with a big group of people and the lifeguard. I walked over to him, he was holding his arm, and he was like, "I got bit by a shark." And I had like a silly reaction at first. I was like, "No way, you're just kidding." And then another surfer nearby was standing there and I was like, "Is he telling the truth?" And he was like, "Yeah, he got bit by a shark."
Doyle goes to the hospital where he was treated for his injuries.
It was pretty much a miracle that I didn't get more taken out of me. You know, could have lost an arm quite easily. So, yeah.
Shark attacks are rare, and to capture one on camera leads to a groundswell of public attention.
I put it up on Instagram. It was wild. Within hours, I was getting phone calls and texts and emails and stuff to try and share this footage. Or I interviewed for Good Morning America with it.
It happened at what's called the unofficial shark bite capital of the world. The surfer was out there catching waves. The photographer was there to document those waves.
It was over in a matter of seconds, too. It was crazy how quickly it happened.
The video goes viral and grabs the attention of Dr. Stephen Kajira. Kajira and the 360 team now aim to answer why the shark bit Doyle.
When a person gets bitten by a shark, it's a tragedy for that person. And I feel bad that they've had a negative encounter with these animals that I love to study so much.
First, they need to identify the shark. And the list of suspects is big. Florida's coastline is teeming with sharks, like great hammerheads, bull sharks, and the second largest predatory shark in the world, the tiger shark. Which species bit Doyle? Kajira starts by examining Sam's footage to find clues.
Now, if you take a look at this footage here, you can see the waves coming in, you can see sharks in the surf here, and you actually see sharks jumping out of the water like this. Now, when you see sharks jumping out of water, it's typically one of two species, either a blacktip shark or a spinner shark. Both of these species will jump out of the water.
With the culprit narrowed down to 2 sharks, Kajira examines them in more detail.
So you have a spinner shark on top and a blacktip shark underneath here. Now, superficially, they look really similar to each other, but there are still some distinct differences between the two. The spinner shark has a bit more of a thin, streamlined profile compared to what we see with the blacktip shark. It tends to be a little bit more stocky. Look also at the dorsal fin. The dorsal fin of the spinner shark is set farther back on the body and doesn't overlap the position of the pectoral fins compared to what you see with the blacktip shark, where the dorsal fin does indeed overlap where the pectoral fins are located. If you look at the anal fin of these two species, the anal fin of the spinner shark actually has a black tip on it, whereas the anal fin of the blacktip shark is actually white. This is a little confusing, a little counterintuitive, and that's one of the reasons people will get these two species confused. If they see the black tip on the fin, they assume it's a blacktip shark, when indeed it's actually a spinner. If we go back to the video footage again, you can see that this is not a particularly big shark, and if you look at the shape of the body, it's a bit more of a heavy-set animal. It seems more like a blacktip shark than a spinner.
Stephen has identified the shark responsible for biting Doyle. A blacktip. 360 team member Dr. Giannis Papastamatu has done extensive research on blacktip sharks in Florida.
Blacktip sharks are not a particularly large species. They get to 5 to 6 feet, but they're here in very, very large numbers.
Blacktips may not be the largest shark species, but what they lack in size, they make up for in their agility and power.
You can find them here all year round. But you have other individual blacktips that are migrants. They will migrate from up north, and they'll start arriving in sort of South Florida around about February. And they're coming down here because it's warmer. You may have up to 10,000 blacktips along these beaches. Then, as it gets warmer into the summer, they start migrating back up north.
From February to April, there are thousands of sharks in the same waters as swimmers. In March, 43-year-old Kurt Hoffman was attacked while kite surfing. Giannis's experience in the region gives him a quick answer to if the population surge of migratory blacktips was a contributing factor in Doyle's case.
This shark bite happened in September. That is outside the migration period of blacktip. So the blacktip that did that bite would have been a residential individual. So the migration of blacktips had nothing to do with that particular incident.
With that, the team removes their lead cause from Doyle's case. Blacktips are the most likely shark to bite humans, but the chances are still extremely small. So why was Doyle bitten? Kajira goes back to the shark attack database to look for more leads and finds another shark attack in the exact same place at the exact same time of year. But this attack has a crucial difference.
Surfing is so perfectionist. You have to have right winds, right swell, right tides, right sandbars, and if one thing's out of balance, it's not going to be good for you.
Almost exactly 1 year before Doyle's bite from a blacktip, Cole Smith was also surfing at Ponce Inlet.
It was good. It was on fire. The waves were perfect, great conditions. 3 to 4 foot waves, long intervals for the waves. It's just a beautiful day all around.
After hours surfing, Cole paddles out to catch another wave.
I was paddling back out towards the jetty, and I just remember going for that final stroke, and I just felt my arm like really heavy. At first I thought it was just like a jellyfish sting, like one of those things where it's like it hits you, your adrenaline's up now, and then you like just brush it off, rub some water on it. But I end up pulling my arm up, and I see my whole hand in a shark's mouth. It wasn't like a shock, it was more of like a confusing state where I was just like, wow, this is actually happening. I have a shark on my hand, and it was on me and it was biting. Like pulled up more and I started punching it. It didn't hurt like enough for me to realize it. I was like, whoa, I can easily lose all my fingers here, let alone my hand being in its mouth. I could lose that as well. I remember I watched the shark's fin go down right after it turned, and as I like punched it and pulled my arm out, the tail came up and hit me in the cheek. As soon as the shark let go and everything, it was just my arm that was dangling off the side of the board that happened to get bit. I had my buddy Gavin was like, catch this wave, like he was like trying to get me to focus on like getting back in because I'm still sitting there like shocked like what just happened.
Cole doesn't know where the shark is.
It could be following me. I'm just gonna go as fast as I can, get to shore. If you'd look behind me, it was just a trail of blood in the water, just everywhere.
Finally safe, Cole realizes how lucky he was to escape with his hand.
The thumb was completely just filleted, separated. You could see bone and You could see all the tendons in it. My wrist was pretty bad too as well. It was just all torn up. The skin was all flapped apart. It was just one big fillet mess of just blood and skin all cut up.
It took multiple hospital visits and surgery to piece Cole's hand back together.
When I first got my cast off, I couldn't even bend these fingers, let alone feel any of them. And I still, to this day, I still have like tingly, numb feeling in this hand. Literally, as soon as the stitch was out, the first day I went and surfed. It was running through my head a lot when I first paddled out of, yeah, I just recovered from a shark bite and I'm putting myself back out there where I have 100% possible chance of being bit again. It happened once, why not twice, you know?
Cole and Doyle were both bitten in the exact same location. But there's something different about Cole's attack that shakes up the investigation.
It's possible that the same species of shark was responsible in both cases. But Cole got a good look at the shark that bit him.
We were watching like its movements and like how it actually bit my arm and like how big the teeth marks are and like all general information like that. And that's how we got onto it being a bull shark.
Could Cole's injuries have been caused by a bull shark?
So if we take a look at Cole's injuries here, you can see that there's a deep cut along the back of the wrist here, and then this deep gash along the top of the thumb and at the tip of the thumb. And, you know, because there's no clear bite wounds, it's not really possible to say what species did this, but Cole identified the shark as a bull shark that bit him. And bull sharks are certainly found around Ponce Inlet, so it's very possible that it was a bull shark that was responsible for this bite.
Why bull sharks and blacktips are attacking swimmers in the same place may be the answer to everything.
Bull sharks are a species that are quite common in coastal waters, like off of Florida. They don't necessarily get particularly long, but what they do is get very girthy, and that's something that kind of is distinctive about them. And that's where they get the name bull shark. They also have pretty small eyes relative to the size of their body. Bull sharks have a reputation for being aggressive, but I'm not really sure that's a fair assessment of their behavior. It is true that they are one of the main culprits when we look at shark bites, especially in tropical areas. When you're in the water with them, I don't necessarily find them any more aggressive than some of the other species of sharks that we see.
What could make both bull sharks and blacktips bite someone? The waters at Ponce Inlet can get murky. Could unclear waters cause the sharks to mistake both surfers for food? Kajira examines how sharks can find unseen prey through odor or movement, which sensory organs called the lateral line pick up. He's in the 360 Shark Lab with a school of fish.
Somewhere in the lab, there's a blacktip shark circling, trying to find some food. Now, this bait fish is constantly giving off odor around its body. And this odor is dissipating slowly, but if it's transported on a current, that odor could be moved for long distances. And the shark might be able to initially pick up on that odor cue and start to follow it back to its source. And as it's getting closer and closer, the shark could be using other sensory modalities. It could be using something like lateral line to detect the actual movements of the fish in the environment. And then as it gets very close, it could be using its electrosensory system to precisely pinpoint the location of that prey item and strike at it, even in murky water or even at night in complete blackness. And so the shark is using this whole suite of sensory modalities from a distance right up to the point of the final strike in order to be a successful predator.
When sharks hunt, they use different senses to approach their prey. As they get to within a few feet, sharks can target the electrical signals given off by all living things. This incredible ability is made possible by something called the ampullae of Lorenzini.
let's look at the ampullae of Lorenzini. If you take a look at the snout of a shark, you can see that it's peppered with all these dark dots all over the surface. Each of these is a pore, just like the pores we have on our skin. And these pores lead down through long tubes that are filled with a highly conductive jelly-like material that conducts electrical signals, sort of like an electrical wire that transmits electrical signals from the outside environment down into the head of the sharks. And these electrosensory systems are extremely sensitive on these sharks.
And this tool helps all sharks to hunt prey, even if it's pitch black or if they're hiding under the seabed.
Imagine that you have a fish, and the concentration of chemicals inside the body of that fish, but the fish is kind of like a leaky battery, because some of that electric charge leaks out at places like the mouth, like the gills, and it sets up an electric field around the body of that fish. And it's that sort of electric field that this electrosensory system is cueing in on.
When humans move muscles, they give off electrical signals. Were electrical signals what attracted the sharks to Doyle and Cole? 360 team members in Mossel Bay, South Africa, Ryan Johnson and Gibbs Kaguru, aim to test how sharks respond to electrical signals in the water.
One of the sensors that fascinates me is this ampulla of Lorenzini, which can allow sharks to essentially detect electric fields out in nature.
Yeah, and these ampulla are like these cups that are distributed along the shark's face that are filled with gel that allows these sharks to sense electric impulses, especially ones that are given off by organisms that are swimming in the ocean.
Well, that's what we got here. We've got essentially an artificial field generator. It creates an electrical field, and the idea behind it is that going to create a highly motivated shark. This is essentially seeing electroreception in action.
Let's get some chum in the water, get some great whites around us, and get this device in the water.
The crew start chumming the water to attract the sharks to the boat.
Last one.
But as Ryan and Gibbs start their experiment, they spot a boat in trouble. A boat capsized close to where the chum is meant to attract sharks.
Do we need to get the guy in?
Had to stop everything we were doing because in this situation, you just have to help people.
Big sharks around?
There are huge sharks around this area, so we just have to make sure that we get these guys out as soon as possible. These ones.
Back up! Back up!
Sure. Just grab them, grab them. Oh, sorry about that.
The crew scrambled to get the fishermen on board. But they struggled to latch onto the capsized boat. One of the fishermen dives back into the water to help, despite the crew's warning.
All right, we got him on the boat.
With the boat now secured to the research vessel, something circles the boat.
Yeah, you gotta...
A southern right whale comes close to knocking the overturned boat. The curious whale leaves, and the team wait for emergency services to arrive.
Let's go.
The rescue cancels the 360 sensory experiment for the day. And when they head out the following day, more bad news. No sharks. Instead, they hear reports of orcas in the area, one of the few predators to hunt great white sharks. An aerial survey confirms the sightings. One even captures rare footage of an orca hunting a shark. The orcas drive the sharks away from Mossel Bay, a spot that usually has one of the highest populations of great white sharks in the world. Ryan and Gibbs didn't get a chance to test the shark's electroreception senses. It's still possible this sense is significant in the attacks on Doyle and Cole. So, the mystery remains. Did electroreception play a key part in the shark attacks on Doyle and Cole? Both Ponce Inlet shark victims were surfing. Did their movements give off similar electrical impulses that were attractive to all sharks?
So can a shark detect the electrical signals given off by our muscle contractions? So we've designed an experiment here where we can actually measure the electric fields produced by a human and compare it to the electric fields produced by a typical sort of prey item like a fish. What we have here is a fish in a tank. We have an electrode, a recording electrode, that we're going to position over the mouth of the fish. What we have here with this green line, that's the voltage being produced as the fish is opening and closing its mouth rhythmically. And it's doing that about once every second or so. It's about 1 hertz, 1 cycle per second that is opening and closing its mouth. And so the fish breathing frequency around 1 or 1.2 hertz, that is what the sharks are best tuned to. These sharks are trying to detect the natural breathing stimuli produced by potential prey items, like our little fish friend here. So given that the sharks have this electrosensory system that's tuned to low frequency stimuli, could they detect the electric fields given off by human muscle contraction? To do that, what we need to do is stick electrodes on my muscles to see what sort of stimuli I'm producing with my muscles. And we're able to see whether or not the type of stimulus produced by a fish is similar to the same sort of electric field that a human would produce with our muscle contractions, and see whether that's within the range of what the sharks are able to detect. So if we hook these electrodes up to my skin, to my muscles here, and when my muscles contract, you can see on the screen on the top in red, that's what our human muscle twitches are looking like. And you can see that for us, our muscles are naturally twitching at around 60 hertz or so. Okay, it's a very fast, high frequency muscle twitch. And you contrast that to the much lower frequency, 1 or 2 hertz breathing signals that the fish are producing. And you can see that it's outside the range of what the shark's able to detect with their electroreceptors. So based on these results, it's unlikely that electroreception really played any role in the bites on Doyle and Cole.
The team have examined electroreception that all sharks use to hunt, but so far, no reason for the spate of Ponce Inlet attacks. Kajira and the 360 team look for a new lead. Is there something else about the location that will explain the attacks? They dig into the shark attack data for Florida.
Florida has the highest rate of shark bites on humans in the US. So particularly a little bit further north where you also have murkier waters, and it's perhaps easier for a shark to mistake a flailing limb, for example, for a fish, and they'll strike. It can be a nasty bite, stitches, can send you to hospital, but this is rarely going to result in serious injury or be a fatality.
With electroreceptivity and murky water as causes off the table, Kajira delves into these numbers further.
We have here the dates of all the shark bites on people in Florida for the past 30 years. What I want to do is cluster them out by month. And if you start to sort all these bites by month, you can see that in January, for example, you have just 9 bites. In November, 39 bites. But by far the biggest clusters are over here in August and September. In August, there were 91 bites on people. September is 120 bites. And it's not always the same species. Different species have been implicated in these different bites.
Kajira has discovered a pattern of attacks happening in August and September. In 2016, 8 attacks happened in just over 3 weeks during this precise period, culminating in 3 of the attacks occurring on the same day.
Last weekend, 3 people got bit at New Smyrna Beach. 2 of the bites were minor, but one man, a Miami man, he battled it out with a bull shark on his surfboard, and he had his hands tore up pretty badly.
All the variables around these attacks were unrelated, with the exception of 2, the location, Ponce Inlet, and the time of year. Why would so many different predators congregate in the same place? A case-breaking clue may lie in a shark attack over 4,500 miles away in Oahu, Hawaii. Reagan Russell is visiting his daughter, Lauren, as she plans for the trip of a lifetime.
It's early in the morning. The idea behind it was just kind of to do something spontaneous with my dad. I do kind of like the thrill of things.
One of the things she brought up was, do I want to go snorkeling with sharks? And I had said, sure, just make sure there's a cage.
I didn't tell him that there was actually no cage, but I knew that he wasn't going to back out if his daughter was doing it. So we got there. It was early in the morning. We see 3 other guys who were going along the boat trip with us.
Lauren being Lauren, the first thing she says when we get on the boat is, so how many times have people been bitten when they've come out with you? And they said, never happened, it's not gonna happen.
Ride there was super fun. I remember taking selfies, and I still have those of being excited to be there and just thinking everything's gonna go right.
As we arrived, Lauren said, oh yeah, Dad, by the way, couldn't find one with a cage. We're gonna be out there swimming with the sharks by ourselves. I was a little hesitant at first to be out there without a cage, but after a while I thought, let's give it a shot.
Here goes snorkel!
They gave us a mask, gave us some fins, gave us a snorkel, told us all the things we needed to do to, make sure we weren't underwater when we started to breathe through the snorkel, those kinds of things.
Let's get snorkeling!
They had told us that they would be letting a rope out that was probably, I think, maybe 40 feet in length, something like that, and that we should be hanging on to the rope the entire time. That way we wouldn't be drifting off, and it would be easy to keep track of all of us. I was actually the first one in the water, so I ended up at the far end of the rope.
As soon as Reagan gets in the water, he starts to see sharks. Oahu's coastline is teeming with up to 40 species, like Galapagos, sandbar, and tiger sharks.
I was actually surprised that there wasn't kind of an initial fear. It was kind of just more of a, those are pretty cool sharks down there, and I'm here in the water with them.
So when I first got into the water, it was very rocky. It was a little bit nerve-wracking, but it was calm, it was peaceful. The sharks weren't bothering us.
I had seen what I thought were maybe barracuda. And then soon after that, kind of off to my left, I think, I saw this school of smaller fish. I think we'd been in the water maybe 20 minutes or so. And I heard the captain say, okay, everybody make sure you're away from the boat. We're gonna rev the engines, because that sometimes gets the sharks to be a little bit more active and will sometimes attract some more. So I thought, okay. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes after that, I kind of noticed that the school of fish was getting a lot closer to us and getting a lot more active. And then all of a sudden I realized I was in the middle of this school of fish. As I was being surrounded by the fish, I could also feel them, you know, kind of bouncing off my arms and my legs and, you know, my chest, I guess. And so that was kind of interesting. But I wasn't really concerned about it. I just thought, okay, they're just excited, and this is what happens out in the ocean.
Things got chaotic, things got crazy really quickly. There was a whole whirlpool of sharks eating fish, fish eating other fish, and this all happened within seconds. It was very scary, and I wanted to get back onto the boat. The boat was here, the frenzy was here, and we were here. So to get back onto the boat, we almost had to pass that. And I remember being in the water thinking, I want to go on the boat, I want to go on the boat, but I'm not going to pass that. So I almost just froze in fear.
And I heard some voices, so I popped my head up out of the water, and I heard this one gentleman who'd been there by himself yell at everybody and say, hey, I got bit on the shoulder. And my first thought was, no, you probably just got bumped. A few seconds after that, Lauren raises her hand up and says, I got bit on the hand. And so my father instincts kicked in, and I thought, okay, this is serious.
I remember just feeling a sharp pain. Chaos after that. My dad was screaming, my daughter got bit, get us onto the boat. I was trying to push my way there, but I remember it just being chaos and I could not do it. Eventually, a couple minutes, I did get onto the boat.
As Lauren and the other swimmers clamber back into the boat, Reagan is left in the water alone and surrounded by sharks.
I was maybe 15 feet away from the boat, and I suddenly felt something hit my right arm. And I thought, that wasn't just a little fish. And then as I saw blood on my arm, I thought, okay, I really did get bitten.
I turned around and see my dad is bit. So that feeling of, oh my God, I just got bit by a shark turned into, oh my God, my dad's gonna die.
Now injured and bleeding, Reagan fights to get to safety.
The only two things I was thinking of was, I'm still in the middle of this school of fish, and the sharks are going after them. My biggest fear is that the shark would continue coming after those fish, and I would be there in the middle of it.
Reagan gets back to the boat.
Just remember he was on the boat and holding something to his arm because it was bleeding, and it was just chaos after that on the boat. I heard the captain calling 911.
The captain was running around getting us towels and stuff to wrap around our arms. It was at that point that Lauren did what this generation does, and she pulled out her phone and started making a Facebook video telling everybody what was happening.
This is not a drill. We really all got bitten by a freaking shark. This is not a drill.
The boat rushes back to shore. Lauren and Reagan go to the hospital, where they receive treatment for their injuries.
Yeah, I I was very concerned when I first got to the hospital. I was bleeding a ton. I thought I would not be able to use my hand anymore. They did say that, you know, it could be deep enough that I might not be able to use it. Luckily, everything was fine after about 15 stitches and just a few weeks of resting it.
Altogether, I think I won the stitch battle between all of us. I think I ended up with, between the two injuries on my arm, I believe it was 45 stitches.
This incident highlights the dangers of getting between a shark and their prey.
It's almost kind of a disconnect of having seen them 20 minutes earlier, just kind of swimming around and being calm and peaceful, and then how situations can change so quickly. This creature just kind of suddenly was there and gone.
Lauren and Reagan found themselves in the middle of a school of bait fish trying to escape predators. The bait fish attack gives Kajira a new lead. Both attacks on Doyle and Cole happened in September, the exact same time of year when there's a spike in shark bites in Florida. Kajira has a theory of what causes vast amounts of prey to congregate along Florida's coastline around fall. Since it's autumn, Kajira thinks a bird's eye view of the coastline may show the answer.
So what we're doing is flying an aerial survey along the beach. We're going to take the plane up and fly along the beach, looking down over the shoreline to count the numbers of sharks along the beach. In addition, while we're counting the numbers of sharks, we also note the number of prey fish. So we're going to take off. We're going to head south along the shoreline down to Miami, turn around and come back. There's a couple of sharks heading northbound. There's a few. Oh, there's several sharks here. Oh, there's a big ball of big fish right there. There's a big school of mullets that are being nailed by some tarpons. A dark patch along the beach. So looking, oh, there's a manta right there. Cool. Oh, there's a big school of bait fish right below us there.
Kajira notes vast amounts of prey fish all along the coastline.
When you have this huge aggregation of literally hundreds of thousands of fish, it attracts the bigger predators, like the sharks. So the sharks are coming in close to the beach to take advantage of all of these little bait fish that are here seasonally.
Where there is prey, there will be predators, primed to hunt. Not a good time to be in the water. This large aggregation of prey fish comes to Florida's coastline every fall. Locals call it the mullet run.
So a mullet run is when you have this large migration of mullets that come down here to South Florida every fall. They mill around here for a little while before they go offshore to spawn. But what happens is when you have this huge number of mullet right up against the beach, they're taken out by predators like birds or bigger fish like tarpon, or certainly the sharks that are coming in to take advantage of this buffet of fish.
And if people get caught in the middle, they can get bit.
It's so interesting. From the air, I've seen people swimming out toward the mullet schools to see what's going on. But I've also seen sharks on the other side of that school coming in. So these people have no idea that the sharks are coming in and preying on those same fish that they're going to check out themselves.
The mullet run happens every year along the Florida coast, peaking in September. Both Doyle and Cole were in the water at the same time as the mullet run.
The mullet run was very thick. They're all stacked up along the jetty. You saw fish left and right hidden up on them, big tarpon rolling, sharks everywhere. It was just prime conditions for being bit.
The team's first theory of shark migration fell flat. Their next was mistaken identity. So they set out to explore how sharks use electrical signals to hunt in what might be murky waters, but found surfers send out different signals than prey fish. In the end, it was the time of year that broke the case. This run of attacks by different species all happened at the same time of year as the annual migration of mullet. So next time you all hit the water, check the calendar to make sure you don't get in the middle of a shark buffet.
It was beautiful. It was a magic afternoon. You could feel the energy in that air, you know.
We knew there was a swell coming, and it's kind of hit and miss. A big swell, sometimes crescent, it gets a little bit too big for it. So we looked at it for a bit, and I was like, well, we're not going to find any better than this, so let's do it. And it was about 4, I think, and the sun was like setting. So yeah, we went out.
25-year-old Byron Bay resident Joe Hoffman is at Crescent Head on Australia's east coast with fellow surfer Kahu Andronicus.
We were sitting there out the back, and I distinctly remember thinking, like, it's pretty sharky out here today. There was dolphins, lots of activity going on in the water. It was like when you're on a really busy highway and you just have that feeling that someone's about to crash their car. And I guess that's that sharky feeling.
I'd caught a wave, so I was paddling back out when he got his wave.
I remember being on that wave thinking, like, this is a cracker. Like, I'm really, really enjoying this. And jumped off about 20 meters from the beach, quite close to shore. I pulled myself onto my board, duck dive, and on that duck dive, I've been hit from the side. I remember distinctly hearing the sound of foam and fiberglass kind of crunching, cracking. Still with my eyes closed, thinking, like, did I just snap my surfboard? Yeah, that was an indication that something was wrong. And I think I just looked at the board first and see a massive bite on my board. And then looking down and being like, oh no, he's got me too.
Shark attacks don't just happen. When they do, there's a reason. Now, a team of experts unravel the clues from past attacks and get closer than ever to profile these amazing predators. What they find could one day save your life. Joe Hoffman fights for his life off the coast of New South Wales. A shark has bitten him multiple times.
My arm had been snapped somewhere close to the elbow. Then everything inside was everything that you shouldn't be able to see, you could see. By the time I sat back up on my board, looked at it, there was no shark. I couldn't see the shark. So I got onto the beach and there was a guy fishing and kind of yelled out, like, "You all right?" I think he saw I was struggling to get out of the water, and I've lifted my arm up and it has just buckled kind of at the elbow, and he's gone white. I am white already. And it kind of sat me down, and I was just sitting with my board, and if no one was there, that would have been the end of it.
Kind of like strolled up the beach like any old session. And I looked up the beach and I could see 2 or 3 people standing around someone. And then straight away I noticed it was Joe's board. And as I came, there was like people here, and I came around and I looked down, and the first thing I saw was the chunk out of his board, and it was like full Hollywood chunk of board missing, you know? And then I looked to the other side, and his arm was like a meat tray. Like, it was real bad, a lot of blood, just kind of like, at this point, all the blood had surfaced, so it was just like pretty much chunks of like steak.
You're gonna be okay.
Just took a knee and put my hand on his chest and was like, you're fine, man, you're gonna be all right, like, this is okay. But there was definitely like moments I was like, Joe's gonna die here, you know, in front of me.
Among the people who rush to help Joe on the beach are trained medical professionals.
A guy comes along, introduces himself as the head of trauma surgery at John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle. And I just thought, yes, like, thank God you're here, you know.
They stabilize him before paramedics rush him to the hospital.
That first few days, they performed 7 surgeries. I think the first thing they had to do was try and reattach the bones together. They also went in and they reattached the brachial artery. It's some of the main arteries that runs through your arm. They took skin off both legs, attached it, they just kind of sew it onto the arm. A large part of it was, let's put you back together and see what happens.
Joe received multiple bites and was close to losing his life. The 360 team knows shark attacks like this are incredibly rare. The whole of Australia averages just 16 attacks a year. So, what triggered this attack? Dr. Stephen Kajira leads the team, searching for answers. He's dedicated his life to studying sharks.
When a person gets bitten by a shark, it's a tragedy for that person. And I feel bad that they've had a negative encounter with these animals that I love to study so much.
First, Kajira needs to know what shark bit Joe in order to answer why it happened. Exhibit A, Joe's surfboard.
There are 3 major culprits. There's white sharks, there's bull sharks, and there's tiger sharks. Now, in this case, the bite took place in New South Wales, Australia in July. Now, at that time of year, you're really unlikely to have any tiger sharks in the area, so we can rule those out straight away. That leaves us with potentially white sharks or bull sharks responsible. So let's take a look at Joe's board. If we bring up Joe's board here, you can see this beautiful little semicircular bite cut out here. And this looks like something a props department would make. It's absolutely perfect. And so if we were to look at what it would take for a bull shark to bite on here. So you can see from the bite that the bull shark generated that the shape doesn't really match what we're seeing here on Joe's board. So it's not likely that it was the bull shark that did this damage.
The bull shark's short snout leaves a shallower bite.
And if we were to take a look at this bite, you can measure it here, and it's about 12 inches, it's about a foot across. And so for a foot-wide bite, the shark that would create it would have to be maybe about 10 feet long. In this case, you can see that the bite of this 10-foot juvenile white shark matches very closely with what we saw here on Joe's board. So it's most likely that this was a juvenile white shark that did this sort of bite.
We now know Joe was targeted by a juvenile white, but that still doesn't explain why he was attacked. To answer that question, Kajira needs more evidence from similar attacks. After scouring the database, he finds another attack 7,000 miles away in California.
I was watching YouTube and I saw some videos of like spearfishing out in like Hawaii or Florida or something like that. And instantly I was just like, I gotta do that right now. I heard that lobster season was coming up, so that's like the season to legally catch lobsters, like the opening day. So I was like, sure, I might as well go give it a try, see what it's about, and see hopefully if I can get dinner.
When he started talking about lobster diving, I didn't even know what it was.
I mean, my answer initially was no, absolutely not. No, this is not what we're doing. We're not going down at 5 o'clock in the morning to the beach. But he was emphatic about it.
I think it was like 4:30. I woke up and I opened my mom's door. I'm like, Mom, you ready? I remember I had a wetsuit, my cheap mask and snorkel, some little surf fins, yuccas.
When we pulled up to the parking lot, I mean, I couldn't believe it. All the car lights were on, and it was slightly eerie because everybody was getting dressed in their camouflage wetsuits. I was concerned immediately.
Keen and his friend Noah enter the water just after 6 a.m. at Beacons, a beach 30 miles north of San Diego.
I remember looking out and the water was super gray, super reflective, really beautiful morning, like glassy. I mean, perfect dive conditions. We were just excited to get in the water. Keen had a trash bag for lobster. We were both just wearing black wetsuits.
Well, the first little bit in the water was just figuring it out, you know. And then I remember we stopped on this one kind of ledge and I saw something sticking out and went down for a dive.
We're diving along this crevice. It was like almost like a miniature canyon. I mean, it's calm, things move in unison.
I was really out of air, so I put my arms up to try and get a big speed boost or whatever, just to, get up there quicker.
And all of a sudden I felt everything just disrupted.
I just felt something completely out of nowhere come on my left side and just like wreck me. Like a quarterback just getting drilled by the linebacker. It came at me about probably, I'd say 30 miles per hour. I remember just all of a sudden going 30 miles per hour, like, and the shark shook me around quite a bit, bit me, and then bit me again. And I remember coming up for air and just super discombobulated.
Popped up maybe a few seconds after me. And all of a sudden he looked at me and his pupils were super big. And then he like went to turn to show his shoulder, and that's when I saw the bite wound. And I remember seeing so much like blood and flesh, and his face was cut open.
Experienced lobster diver Chad Hamill is nearby.
So I'm diving down, I got 2 lobster and putting them in my kayak, and there's a harbor seal. Comes around and kind of swims around next to me, and I don't think anything of it. I go up to my kayak, I jump in the kayak, I'm talking to someone, and start hearing screaming, and I'm like, what's that? Woo! And then, as I'm talking to this guy over here about this reef, he goes, no, I think they're in trouble. I'm like, what? And I go over there, and I can... Oh yeah, that's not excitement. That's horror.
There was a kayak, and I just started swimming. I have no idea why. I didn't even think about it. It just swam. I had one arm on my elbow, trying to hold it up and kind of in where it should be.
He just flings himself onto the kayak. When he falls into the kayak and falls forward, his back just opens up and shows ball and socket, collarbone, ribs, all just the layers of fat, the bones, and I'm like, holy! I grabbed the paddle and I just start paddling as hard as I can. Paddling, paddling, paddling. I look behind me, and you just see this like silhouette shape.
I just started to run. I just started to run down there. I ran up to Noah, and my words were, "Is it a shark, and is it keen?" And he said, "Yes," and I yelled at him. I said, "Yes to which one? You know, what question?" And he said, "Yes, it was keen." And so I started to scream and run and try to go over to the kayak. I was able to talk to Keen, and Keen it was really amazing. He was soothing me. He was saying, "Mom, I'm gonna be okay."
Keen is airlifted to the hospital in San Diego, where a surgical team battles to save his arm.
Well, the shark took most of my tricep. There's like a big gap or dip you can see. It actually ate it. It ate my lat muscle and my deltoid muscle. Completely bit the ball joint, which is how your arm moves. So technically my arm was really off. And I had over probably 1,200 stitches and over a 2-foot bite on my back. I woke up and I was like, "So when can I go surfing again?" And my mom was just like, "What did you just say?" You know, she's like, "You're on painkillers, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, you're crazy, PTSD, whatever, you know." But I knew from the get-go I wanted to get back in the water.
Keen's case gives Kajira a key clue to understand why Joe Hoffman was attacked in Australia.
In this case, we were able to collect DNA evidence from Keen's wetsuit, so we know that it was a white shark. And based on the size of the bite, we know that it was a juvenile white shark. And if you were to take a look at the mouth of a juvenile white shark, what you can notice is these sharp-pointed teeth across here. And the teeth of juvenile white sharks are somewhat different than adults. In adults, the teeth are much more broad, triangular, better for slicing big chunks out of marine mammal prey. Whereas in a juvenile, they're sharp and pointy, needle-like, for impaling little fish. Now this shark, the teeth are not quite sharp and pointy like a juvenile and not quite as broad as an adult. If you look into the mouth behind the teeth, you'll notice that the sharks do not have a mobile tongue like we have, but they do have taste buds. And the greatest concentration of taste buds is right along the margin behind the teeth here. So when they do bite into a prey item, their taste buds are right up against that prey item, and they're able to determine whether or not it's something that they want to consume.
It's common for great whites to test the taste of potential food, and it's a behavior that can lead to some terrifying encounters. In Perth, Western Australia, a family witnessed a great white taste test their boat. And these fishermen, also in Western Australia, who watched a shark tasting their propeller for over a minute to learn if it was worth eating. Kajira now sees a pattern between Joe's attack in Australia and Keen's in California. Both sharks were juvenile great whites, and both bit multiple times. But why? The team want to know if adult great whites taste test with multiple bites, or is this unique to juveniles? .360 team members Ryan Johnson and Gibbs Kuguru carry out a groundbreaking experiment in South Africa to show what happens when an adult great white likes what it's biting.
When you look at how sharks bite humans, what you often find is that it's comprised of an initial exploratory bite, but then the shark releases a human, swims on its way, and that leads to the question, is it because humans don't taste like the natural prey of sharks?
Well, we do know what sharks like to eat. They hunt seals and they also forage on whale carcasses. And these two food items have a high fat content and high nutrient content in common, which humans may not have.
And when you look at the research on the role that taste plays in the selection of prey for sharks, very little has been done. But what we've developed is an experiment. What we've got here is essentially a seal decoy, but what we've inserted into it is this pipeline where we can inject flavor, different fat contents, etc., directly into the mouth of a shark to see what role those taste buds do in fact play when sharks go in and investigate prey.
What would be really cool experimentally is that we could change the concentration of the fat to see if this changes the intensity of the shark's bite. So whether they move from an exploratory bite to a more biting, thrashing type of motion to rip pieces of flesh off of their prey.
Yeah, exactly. So what I reckon we do, we get this primed up, get it in the water, get a great white shark to come by and see how it results. So we're loading the accelerometer onto the decoy so that we can really look at the bite dynamics of the shark. Essentially see if it's just a sort of a piercing type exploratory bite versus that big old head shake that these great whites are renowned for. That's sort of indicative of them trying to remove flesh from the decoy. Get that all on nice graphs.
An accelerometer is a sensor that measures and records the intensity and direction of movements. It will save its readings for Ryan and Gibbs to examine upon retrieval.
How you doing, man? You ready to load up? Prime this thing.
Working the oil. Right now we're just priming the taste tester with salt water. You know, this is not going to add any additional flavor or nutrients or fat to the experiment, so we should have a control for the experiment to see the shark's bite under normal circumstances. Just gotta have to work the fluid through as it goes in. Give me a hand there, Ryan.
Yeah.
All right, we ready to get her in?
Uh-huh.
Cool, you grab that. I'll get the decoy. Ryan, is the tubing primed?
Primed.
All right, we're gonna get her in. See any sharks?
Shark here, buddy.
All right. Yeah, I'll tell you when to pump. All right, pump, pump. Okay. Now she just grabbed it and then she let it go. I really don't think the salt water is very interesting for the shark. You know, there's no flavor in there, so I think we should try with the anchovy oil to see if we can get a bigger bite response from the shark.
Ryan and Gibbs have shown that adult great whites bite to see if it tastes like food. If it doesn't, it leaves. Now they want to see what happens when they fill the decoy with fatty fish oil. Readings from the accelerometer will reveal if the shark attacks the decoy differently.
All right, we're good. She's primed. Get her in the water.
Not too far, man.
All right.
Where's Tony!
Tony.
Grab that pole, buddy.
Yeah, we just need a hand. Let's get this decoy out there.
Just try to keep it straight out as far from the boat as possible.
There we go. Okay, it's a bit rough, so hold on. You see a shark out there, Ryan?
Hold up, hold up. Tony, there's a shark at the back.
Get her out, get her out, get her out.
Coming around the stern.
I'll give you the cue to pump, all right? All right, 1, 2, pump, 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 pump.
What do you reckon of that, man?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you started pumping, that taste filled her mouth, and she just clamped down and started thrashing, really trying to tear that decoy to shreds. I mean, I think that flavor test really does show that these sharks do have a preference for that oil.
Well, I think we'll get it in, get that accelerometer if it's still there, Yeah, get that in, download and have a look at the data. I'm just bringing up the accelerometer data.
The accelerometer has recorded the violent movements of the decoy during the adult shark's attacks.
Yeah, so what do we got here?
I think this is from the first test with just the salt water. What's really clear here is during this initial saltwater experiment, you had a little bit of side-to-side shaking, indicating what? Exploratory bite, then turned away.
The blue line shows side-to-side head movement.
Right, but if we go through to the anchovy test, you can see that side-to-side motion, which represents a thrashing.
You know, it's really cool. There's clearly a big difference between the bites, between that exploratory bite with the salt water and that real consumption-based bite from using the anchovy oil. Shows the shark's using its taste buds, and it definitely determines flavor, different flavors. Good result.
Gibbs and Ryan's experiment shows how the skilled adult great white assesses its prey. A bite where little fat is detected and the shark is barely interested. A bite into a seal decoy full of anchovy oil rich in fats results in a full-blown attack, thrashing from side to side to tear the flesh off its prey. The experiment sheds light on why Keen and Joe's attacks were so vicious.
The more experienced adults will bite once and be able to determine, yes, this is something I want to eat, or no, I'm just going to spit it out and leave it alone. Whereas with juveniles, since they don't have nearly as much experience, they often bite multiple times and determine whether or not this is a suitable prey item.
Adult great whites over 3 meters long bite hard, especially when they know they found the right prey. An adult white shark's bite is equivalent to an 1,800-pound weight crushing down, delivered by rows of razor-sharp teeth. The bite of a juvenile great white, smaller than 3 meters, is only about 300 pounds. Joe and Keen were both attacked by juvenile great whites. The young sharks take multiple exploratory bites, causing terrible injuries. Kajira digs into the 360 attack records across the globe and sheds light on more inexperienced juvenile bites.
So we wanted to look at the distribution of white shark bites around the world. And you can see on the map here that there's a cluster of white shark bites around the east coast of Australia. There's some here in South Africa, and there's some on the west coast of North America. Of those 70 bites that you see in the past 10 years, we have size data of the sharks for 56 of them. 37 of them were from juveniles, 19 were from adults. So 2/3 of these bites are actually from juvenile white sharks. You can see a cluster of bites on the east coast of Australia here, and a lot of those bites are by juvenile white sharks, which leads to the question, why? Why are there so many juvenile bites in that particular area? Is that a juvenile training ground for these sharks, where the juveniles are just learning how to feed on larger prey items?
Kajira's analysis confirms that juvenile great whites attack more often than adults, and that these attacks happen in clusters. Another attack just 40 miles from Joe Hoffman's at Crescent Head may provide the missing link to answer why. Halfway between Sydney and Brisbane is Port Macquarie, an Australian coastal town surrounded by golden sandy beaches. Chantel Doyle, a conservation ecologist, has come down for a morning surf with her partner Mark.
I grew up in Port Macquarie, and my folks have a small farm out of town, and often when we went up, I would try and work because we had some childcare, and I don't know, like when you're working, there are some days when it just will not come together and you just can't think straight. So I said to Mark, do you want to go for a surf?
Having checked out conditions at a couple of spots, the couple settles on Shelley Beach.
So Shelley has a headland on the left, so often the swell will break from the north across that way, and then you can pick up left-handers, which I like because I tend to go left, because if you go right, you hit the rocks. But I had a lot of trouble picking up waves that day. I had a board that I really do not like, I have never liked, and I just started trying to pick up waves, but I just kept falling off the back of them. I just couldn't get far enough forward on the board to catch any waves. So I started paddling into shore at sort of 45 degrees away from the guys. And there was another person in closer to shore as well, a woman, a lady. And sort of as I was halfway between the group of guys and her, I just felt this like massive thump underneath my board, like hard, really hard.
I was actually just watching her, and it was just an explosion of water. It just felt like, I mean, it just knew instantaneously that that's got to be a shark.
I felt the thump, and I was airborne when I hit the water. It grabbed me instantly, just like bang. And then I felt it re-grip. And I think what happened is it sort of turned back on itself a bit to get a better grip. And then I was in the water alone with a shark, and I didn't know how to get out of that situation.
I was just as fast as I could paddling towards her. And so, I don't know why, it was just an instinct thing. I just threw the board to get off. I just tossed it, got in the water from sort of a metre away, and then knowing the shark was still there, I sort of clambered up on the back of her so I could sort of rest up on her to leverage punches while it was on her leg, still kind of mouthing and chewing away.
I could just feel the mouth maneuvering back and forth on my leg, like it was tasting me, like it was exploring. And I think the sense that I had then was that it was sort of like a dog with a bone.
And I remember the first couple of punches just feeling ineffectual, and it was still there. So I just sort of aimed for the eye, you know, I just started haymaking at the eye. I mean, I don't know why we think just throw punches at it, but what else have you got? After a couple of punches at the eye, it released and sort of sunk back in the water.
Mark was still hanging in the water with the shark, who knows where. And, you know, he said to me, "Chicky, I'm really sorry, but you have to get off the board." And I was like, I don't want to, but he was in the water still, and he wasn't back on his board.
She was on top of the board that was upside down. And of course you can't paddle a surfboard upside down. So the weirdest part for me was asking her to get back in the water with me so I could flip the board and get her back on.
I jumped off and he flipped the board back over, and then I climbed back on, and then he got on his board, and then I felt much better. And then I started paddling in.
Mark helps Chantel to shore, where they're met by a nurse spending the day at the beach.
I ditched the board and just ran up the beach, but she was reasonably calm. So it kind of just felt, get her attended to, get a tourniquet on, which the nurse, luckily there was someone there, was trying to do. And let's get her to a point where the ambulance can pick her up, because it was very obvious that no one was going to get to the section of beach where we were.
Chantel is rushed to a local hospital for immediate attention, and then airlifted to a major hospital for microsurgery to try and rescue her leg.
2 years later, I'm still trying to get some strength to lift my leg backwards. Yeah, so nerves, ligaments, bones, tendons, muscle, cartilage. The only thing that didn't get done was my artery. One thing that really struck me, and that I sort of struggled with for a long time, because I never wanted to say it was a tack, But then I sort of arrived at this idea that was experimenting, it was learning, it was tasting. And then I couldn't get out of my head that it was sort of maybe playing with me.
As with the attacks on Joe and Keen, Chantel suffered multiple bites to her leg. Chantel's partner Mark identified the species and its size.
Well, I could see most of it, so I had the nose only, a foot away from me. You can't mistake a white shark when you're staring at that close. I mean, there was no question in my mind. And yeah, 2.5 meters, you sort of think a bit bigger than a large man sort of thing, and just denser, of course. But yeah, sort of head the size of a basketball, just terrifying.
I think working in conservation gives you a little bit more of an intimacy with nature. Literally, as soon as I came out of the operating theatre and I could talk, I was trying to find answers. And I've learned a lot about sharks, shark behaviour, biology. And now I have this appreciation for the diversity of a lineage of species that has been surviving and filling every niche. They're top order predators through to base scavengers, and for millions or hundreds of millions of years. So you've got to respect whatever they're doing it right.
Chantel was bitten just 40 miles from where Joe Hoffman was attacked. 2 white shark attacks in close proximity is more than a coincidence. Why are the juvenile white sharks here, and why are they biting humans? 360 team member and environmental expert Melissa Marquez has come to Sydney to investigate why Australia's eastern coastline sees so many bites.
Juvenile great white sharks, they don't have as much body mass or the ability to maintain and develop body heat, so they need to be in shallower areas to be able to stay warm. So anything above 68 degrees Fahrenheit, perfect for them. They need to have plenty of fish and animals for them to, learn how to hunt, and they've got to be relatively away from everything else. They need to be a little bit quieter because you don't want to be learning how to hunt in the middle of just absolute chaos. Juvenile great white sharks learn to grow and hunt and basically become the fearsome predators that we know them today in nurseries or training grounds of sorts. We still don't know where a lot of these training grounds are, but we do know a bit of the characteristics they all sort of share. They have to be mostly shallow, warmer waters. The shallow water not only is a bit more protection for these animals, but it also allows it for it to be a bit warmer as well.
Juvenile great whites may be apex predators when they grow up, but when they're young, they can be eaten by bigger great whites, other sharks, and orcas. This marine tour in South Africa witnessed a white shark being hunted in a moment rarely caught on camera.
See, they're hunting the great whites. They actually bite the tails off in the back. There we go, there we go, there we go.
These training grounds tend to be quite safe areas, very similar actually to the pool that we've got here. It's right next to the open ocean, but it's a secluded area where these great white sharks can really learn how to hunt and what to hunt.
Were Joe and Chantel surfing in a juvenile white shark training ground?
Just like you've got this pool here in Sydney, there's tons of all of these kind of like pools around the eastern border of Australia. All of these little hunting grounds, all these training grounds for these animals. New South Wales has all of these protected kind of areas that great white sharks will use as a training ground until they're adults and have really perfected their hunting methods. So it kind of makes sense to think that there are great white sharks utilizing this coastline as, well, a place to learn how to hunt.
The team has now uncovered 3 attacks by juvenile great whites. Keen, Joe, and Chantel are all bitten multiple times. And all 3 are attacked in locations where the water is shallow, quiet, and the temperature was in the high 60s. Ideal conditions for a juvenile training ground. But Geographic thinks there's something else going on with these bites.
So here we have an enormous pregnant female white shark. And if you take a look down here, you can see in the belly here, that's where we have all these embryos developing. In this case, she's got about a half a dozen pups developing in the uterus here. These pups actually have a large distended yolk stomach. With white sharks, they don't have the same sort of umbilical cord like we would have. Rather, what they have is the female continues to produce these yolky eggs in the ovaries and sheds them down into the uterus, and that's what these pups are feeding on. And it allows the embryos to grow very rapidly, very effectively, and so they're actually getting feeding experience while still in the uterus here. We have never actually witnessed white sharks giving birth in the wild, but when they actually do give birth, the embryos are basically miniature versions of the adult. And in fact, if you see one coming up now, they're born at like 5 feet long. They're big sharks already at birth. They're one of the biggest sharks in the world, even when they're just born. And you can see that with their sharp, pointy teeth, their large size, they're effective predators right away.
While Stephen and other shark researchers around the world have still never witnessed a great white shark giving birth, heavily pregnant mothers are some of the most impressive animals in the ocean. Measuring 20 feet long and estimated at 2.5 tons, this shark's similar in size and weight to a pickup truck. She'll give birth to up to a dozen fully formed predators. The offspring will spend 10 to 15 years learning how and what to hunt in warm, safe training grounds. Great white sharks are natural-born predators, dangerous from birth. One final question remains. What draws juvenile white sharks towards Joe, Keen, and Chantel in order to take that first bite? Shark vision expert Dr. Christine Bedore meets Geographic with what may be the final piece of the puzzle: how juveniles see the world.
They can't see in color, so they see the world more in grayscale, and they can't see a lot of detail, so their world is a little bit more blurry.
So what does that mean? What does the environment look like?
Well, let's start by looking at our perspective. So if we're underwater and we look up at the surface, here we can see a swimmer, a surfer, and a seal. Based on their motion and shape cues, it's really easy for us to determine that these are 3 different objects and discriminate among them.
So how would this be different than what a shark would see?
Well, because of their inability to see the amount of detail we can see from the shark eye point of view that these images become really blurry, especially to a juvenile shark that has a smaller eye. It's really hard to tell the difference between these 3 objects.
As white sharks grow larger, their eyes get larger. The adults with larger eyes have more photoreceptors than the juveniles. The more receptors, the clearer the vision.
So for the juvenile shark, they might easily mistake a human for a large seal, for example.
Exactly. Without those motion and shape cues, they might have to go and investigate a little bit closer before they can tell the difference between these objects.
So these bites by these juvenile white sharks on surfers, they're basically coming up to investigate these blurry objects and biting people instead of actual seals.
Yes, exactly.
Juvenile whites can't rely on their relatively poor eyesight to find prey. All they can see is something that might be food. They check by biting multiple times. Maybe Keen was bitten because the shark mistook him for the seal nearby. It's likely the juveniles also mistook Joe and Chantel for their preferred marine mammal prey. Swimming in warmer, quieter waters could land you in the middle of a great white shark nursery.
I don't want to be any closer to sharks than I was before, but I don't have any aversion to, being in the water around them. I'm just happy with them existing and, me also getting to exist in the same environment, hopefully undisturbed.